that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. In accordance with Section 50A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, the public are excluded from this meeting, as it is likely that if members of the public were present, there would be a real and substantial risk to public health due to infection or contamination with coronavirus. The meeting will be live streamed via the Council website. Before we take the sederant, I'm going to ask Mr Moody to speak initially in relation to the Code of Conduct. Thank you very much, Mr Moody.
Thank you very much, Provost. And this is just a very brief contribution just to remind members that the new Code of Conduct, a revised Code of Conduct for councillors, came into force yesterday. It was distributed to all members earlier on this week, but I appreciate members won't have had much of an opportunity to consider the terms of the code. I wanted to just give this brief bit of information on the code for practical reasons, which is we've had an announcement from the government yesterday just to confirm that members won't need to give a fresh register of interests, taking into account the new code. So I think that's a helpful confirmation from the government that there's no further step that needs to be taken by members in relation to the registration of their interests. Also, just confirm, as I said in the email to you on Monday evening, we'll arrange briefings on the new provisions on the code. I think there's training materials being prepared by the Standards Commission for this. I think diaries are challenging in terms of trying to do this before Christmas, so it's possible that it may be in the early new year. It's probably worth saying that it isn't a radical change in the provisions of the code. It's more a clarification and a rewrite. And there is not, I think, very significant differences in relation to what you will require to declare in terms of interest at the beginning of meetings. It's more, I think, a simplification of the process of thinking through whether there is an interest or not an interest. But as ever, I'm happy to advise, as are other governance staff, if there are meetings after today where you wish to consider whether there is an interest to declare or not. The only other point I would make is just the chiefest of reminders that the new version of the code strengthens and reinforces the provisions in relation to respect and respect during council and committee meetings. And that's as between members during the course of debate and also in relation to the discussion and questioning between members and officers. None of it, I think, is designed in any way to curtail legitimate debate, scrutiny and questioning. All of that is still available to members, but it's a reminder, I think, that all of that can be conducted in a respectful manner, which I'm sure is the way that our members and all members of this council would want to proceed. And on that note, Provost, I'll move on to the sederant.
Thank you.
Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Black for today. Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Colin, Councillor Coleman's having a bit of difficulty getting in. I don't know whether he's managed to join us or not, but I've just messaged Brian to just make him aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I think Brian is now on to that and in touch with him. Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Goldie.
Sure.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Present. Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McLuckie.
Here.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Munro. Councillor Murtagh.
And shot.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Russell.
Present.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Mooney. Before we go on to declaration of interest, have Councillor Nimmo has sent through the chat that he would like to ask a question before the meeting begins. Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost, and thanks for allowing me to come in at this point. It was something like 5.5 days ago I received the agenda for this meeting. I didn't have access to the electronic agenda at that point because I had IT problems, and there may well have been other members in the same boat, to be honest. But to receive 870 pages of an agenda, which is 5 and a bit days notice before the meeting takes place, is just not acceptable. Now, I take on board the time of year, and we have in the past, in the December meetings, have had a heavy agenda, but this is just verging on the ridiculous. How you can expect people to read 870 pages in 5 days is just beyond me. I wouldn't like to think it'll happen again. I think it's just a case of bad planning and bad management as far as the agenda is concerned, because there are other ways of dealing with this so that we don't have as heavy an agenda. That's all I've got to say on that, Provost.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll bring in the Chief Executive to respond to your concerns, Councillor Nimmo. Mr. Lawrie.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. It is a very substantial agenda. That is certainly the case. Often, as Councillor Nimmo says, we do have very significant agendas in the run-up to Christmas, but even by comparison, this is an unusual volume of reports. What I would say is that all the reports have been appropriately brought forward to this meeting. So the volume of business, whilst exceptional and perhaps unique, I think is justified on this occasion. I recognise the challenge, even in terms of accessing the electronic agenda when first issued, in terms of getting through all that material. But I hope, Provost, this will be a one-off rather than a regular pattern.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Lawrie. That takes us to item 2 on your agenda this morning, declaration of interest. And just for clarity, I will read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. At this particular time, have we any declarations of interest? Okay. None intimated. Thank you for that. That takes us now to item 3 on your agenda. It's minutes and information bulletin. 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 29th of September 2021. It's pages 6 to 18 on your agenda. Have we any questions arising from that minute? Or can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
We agree the minute? Okay, thank you for that. That takes us to item 3B, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 2nd of November 2021. It's pages 19 to 21 on your agenda papers. Have we any questions arising from that minute? Or can we agree the minute? Agreed. Okay, thank you for that. That takes us to item 3C, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 10th of November 2021, pages 22 to 26 on your agenda papers. Have we any questions arising from that minute? Can we agree that minute then?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 3D, which is the volume of minutes, volume 2, 2021-22. Any questions arising from the volume? None? Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. That takes us now to item 3E, the Information Bulletin, Volume 2, 2021-22. Any questions arising from the Information Bulletin there? Can we agree that? Agreed. Fine, thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 4, which is the rolling action log, and it's pages 27 to 32, and summarising the report will be Mr. Moody. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. As usual, the rolling action log is provided for members' information, and as far as I can see, the items which should be on the agenda are on the agenda, or where not, there is an explanation provided for that, but it's available for members to ask questions on the items on the rolling action log.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Have we any questions in relation to the rolling action log, or can we agree that? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much. That takes us on to item 5, which is the local police plan 2020 to 23, and it's pages 33 to 68 on your agenda papers, and it will be introduced by our Chief Executive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. This report sets out the local police plan, as you say, for the period 2020 to 23. The background to the report sets out the governance role of the local authority and also the role of the local commander in relation to the provision of information and reporting. The covering report also sets out the priorities within the local police plan and the actions flowing from these priorities, and the full plan is appended to the report. The recommendation is that the Council approves the Police Scotland local police plan for the Falkirk Council area. Provost, we are joined today by Alan Gibson, the Chief Superintendent, and also by Chief Inspector Craig Walker, the Area Commander for Falkirk. And with your agreement, Provost, I'll pass over to them to say something more about the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawrie.
Good morning, Provost. It's Alan Gibson here. Hopefully you can see and hear me okay. And thank you to Mr. Lawrie for the introduction. Members, good morning. I'm delighted to join you today, and thank you for giving up your precious time to hear from myself and Craig. Craig Walker hopefully is on the call as well. He is, as I'm sure you're all aware, the local area commander based at Falkirk, who delivers on the plan that you have in front of you on my behalf. This plan should have came before you before this point, but unfortunately with the challenges that we've all faced over the last 18 months, it has been slow to come to this forum, and I do apologise for that. It's not how I'd wish it. However, hopefully you've all had a chance to review it. I'm conscious of the comments made about the heavy agenda, but hopefully you've had a chance to look through the plan. As I reflected on it in preparation for this meeting, it struck me the breadth of activity that's ongoing to keep the people of Falkirk safe, and hopefully the plan that you have in front of you is such that you believe it and support what we intend to do, are doing and intend to do for the next year to 2 years ahead. I'm going to pause at that point and bring in Craig Walker, if it's okay, Provost, as obviously to put some local flavour in terms of the plan. So I'll introduce my colleague Craig Walker to the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Chair and elected members, Chief Executive and officers, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the local policing plan for Falkirk 2020 to 23. I really do intend on being brief in the recognition of the fact that the plan is in front of you. I'm already halfway through the reporting period just now. Time quickly dates a document like this in some parts, and I would refer to the mention of the Falkirk Strategic Outcomes and Local Delivery Plan sold in a document, which is now the Falkirk Plan, and will be referred to as such by myself and in any future documents. And that being said, the plan isn't rigid, and we do have to be able to adapt and work in different ways with partners to deal with emerging issues and changes and threats. And I suppose that the pandemic potentially is an extreme example of how we continue to work with partners in different ways to address issues of concern. The plan itself outlines how we've identified our priorities, and I don't plan to go through that process here. The priorities feature on the plan on a page, which might be the best place just to look for a summary of the document, and lists our activities in those areas. And those are protecting people most at risk from harm, responsive to the concerns of communities, road safety and road crime, enhancing our collective resilience to emerging threats, and promoting confidence through our actions. The plan then goes on to provide detail around each planned activity, and I've already reported once through Falkirk's scrutiny panel in relation to delivery, and look forward to doing so again in detail to demonstrate how we're performing against the commitments being made. And the report concludes with statements around equality and diversity and our ethics and values, and this is our commitment to the communities of Falkirk and to our own staff in relation to not what we try to deliver, but also how we are planning to deliver it. And Chair, I did say I would be brief, but that does conclude my brief overview, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your input there. It's an opportunity now for members, and we've got one already coming forward for a question, which is Councillor Alan Nimmo. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. And can I just say thanks very much for the report as well to the officers concerned. Just a question in relation to the recent COP26 summit and the impact on policing within the Falkirk area. Was there any impact on response times? Because obviously there was a big policing implication for Glasgow, and probably a lot of officers that normally work within the Falkirk area were drafted into other duties elsewhere. I'm just wondering what the impact was here locally. There's nothing in the report.
Yeah, I'll Councillor Alan Gibson here. I'll come in first on that one, and I'll ask Craig to come in. So one of the benefits of the period of COP26 for us as a service was the fact there was no leave, there was no training, there was no court attendance other than the most serious trials within the High Court. So what that meant is we had all available resource within the Police Service of Scotland, but we were also, as probably everybody on the call knows, supported significantly by colleagues from up and down the UK. So actually resourcing levels across Scotland were actually particularly healthy, and actually speaking to Falkirk officers, they asked me if we could replicate that going forward. And it's a little bit tricky because I do have to give officers time off, and I do have to train them, and I do have to do all these other things and send them to court, etc. So we were actually, in terms of maximising resource, it was actually a very good time, if that's the right expression. I was actually deployed to the event itself, so I'm going to ask Craig, who was looking after Falkirk on a day-to-day basis through COP26, to comment further. Craig.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. I would just point out that this report is really a plan for 3 years starting in 2020, so I wouldn't expect to have any particular information around about statistics on response times for a particular time in 2021, but we clearly, our scrutiny report will make reference to these types of things, so that may be where information comes in. My role during COP26 was to be within Falkirk and look at local delivery and be responsible for local delivery within the area here. And that was my role, to look at the resources, look at the calls that were coming in, and the demand to manage that. And clearly with the planning that took place, with the resources we had at our disposal, and looking at some functions that we carry out at other times, but we then directed toward frontline duties. I'm confident that we were able to maintain that policing operation throughout the period. I'm doing a review just over that period of time, just on certain issues, just to see if we have had an impact, or there's any kind of hangover from that period of time. I'm certainly not aware of one. And if anything's found, then that will be addressed. But I'm confident that during that period and the planning that took place and the careful management, both nationally and locally, that we managed to continue that frontline service delivery, so that the public shouldn't have seen any reduction in our capacity or ability to deliver.
Thanks very much, Craig. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. And now you ask the portfolio holder, Councillor Murtagh. She got her hand up there. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and I am having some technical difficulties this morning, so I don't have access to my member share. However, I just want, as Craig was just saying there, this isn't obviously a retrospective review, and we do that through scrutiny, and I don't want to dwell on performance issues as they're reported in that way, but I think it would be completely remiss of us not to express our thanks and gratitude for the hard work of officers already within the plan, the period that this plan applies, but generally going forward. I think that one of the the things which is most welcome is in this particular report, that the readability of the report, and like you say, that the layout of having the plan on the page and then how the actions follow from that really does show the logical progression of that consultation that's happened with the public and with obviously other stakeholders, and how that is actually being implemented in our communities. And I think that the priorities that have been reflected in that and the actions to that match very well. So I would thank officers for the way that that's been presented. I'm also very conscious of time and that other members will have questions potentially to ask. But I would say that I think that although, you know, I've already had community officers who were at COP26 back in touch to do catch-ups, and very mindful of the fact that some officers were redeployed, and particularly in the community element, but that our response teams and, you know, the police response teams across the network were still here working incredibly hard, and I don't think that there has been a detection in any loss of that. But I think as well, even seeing statistics that have come back from 101 and the impact that, because leave was cancelled, the response to answering those calls and the importance of how that brings confidence with the public was very, very welcome. I don't think, Alan, that you'll be able to replicate that without, you know, absolutely cancelling all leave again. But I think one of the things that I welcome in terms of tone from this report is that the understanding that the reflecting on the priorities of the public and reflecting on the priorities of the council area is very much the importance of building that confidence and building that trust, and that, you know, that is reflected in the actions in the report. So very much welcome it. Don't want to take up too much time, but I will just say that I think, particularly on reflecting on the crime prevention and keeping our communities safe, the recent campaign of that guy leading on a national level, and how that it's mentioned, very much mentioned culture, and how that's projected has been so excellent in tone, and really brought, I think, a focus for from the national message that's going out, how that comes out on the ground. And just want to congratulate officers on how well that campaign has gone, how well it's been received by the public. But I don't, as I say, I'm formally moved the recommendations in the report, and if there's any questions from my point of view, I'm happy to come back later on, but happy to move the report.
Thank you very much. Have you got a seconder there?
Robert, I'm happy to formally second.
Okay, then I'm going to open it up again for questions now that the recommendation has been moved and seconded. And Councillor Kerr, followed by Councillor Grant.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Alan and Craig, for the report. A couple of questions. Firstly, and I'll comment on the report. Do we have enough funding and resources given the pressures of COVID?
Councillor Kerr, thank you. It's a tricky question to answer. I suppose the answer is always that you always want more, but there's no doubt that COVID is challenging for us as a service, like it is for many services, in fact all services across Falkirk. I mean, I sit here today with our absence levels rising within our officers and staff relating to COVID again, and it's not a position I find myself comfortable to be in, to be honest, but we will draw on resource from around about us. So we're fortunate to be landlocked in the Forth Valley area, so we're able to draw from colleagues in different parts of the service and also different geographical locations. So certainly it's entirely manageable, but COVID-19 has definitely stretched us in terms of making sure that we support the health and well-being of our staff, but also have sufficiency of resource to make sure that we continue to provide the service that you all expect and should expect. So I don't know if that answers the question, but more resource is always welcome. If you have any ins for me, that's more than welcome.
Thanks. As most members will realise if they've been in an accident emergency, a lot of the time has been taken up by our officers, and we've not got a lot at the weekend. I know that, and a lot of them spend a lot of time at the A&E. Is there anything that can be done that releases them to their normal policing?
Again, Councillor Kerr, it's a very good question, and I'll maybe bring Craig in with a little to put a bit more flavour into this. But we spend day and daily a lot of time at Forth Valley Royal, you know, primarily because people that we come into contact with need medical intervention. So there are a range of different reasons why we will be present at the hospital. But yeah, it can be a drain on resource, but we work hand in hand with Cathy Cowan and colleagues in NHS Forth Valley to try and reduce the amount of time that we have officers at the hospital with members of the public. It can be particularly challenging though, but it's something that's ongoing, and we are chipping away at it. But a challenging one. I'm going to bring Craig in here because he can probably talk a little bit more detailed regarding your question.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, you, Councillor. Yeah, it's something that we're aware of, and having worked in several places, all with large hospitals, it's not an issue that we've cracked over the years, and I think with the rising number of calls we have for concern for people and mental health, then it's something that we're starting to feel, particularly at weekends where we have officers tied up in hospitals, whether it be in accident emergency departments or other areas waiting for mental health assessments. I know as a division in Forth Valley Hospital, our superintendent of partnerships is closely aligned to them to discuss this, and has welcomed us bringing forward from our staff any particular issues that we can use as a kind of a case to look at, to see is there a way we could deal with it differently to free up time. Can we deliver a better service to the person coming in? Can we support the hospital better? Can we support our staff better? And there's clearly that area where we have to look at you know, our appetite for risk when we leave somebody at a hospital, and the potential that person could leave and then put themselves or others in a position of danger, and the appetite of risk that the hospital has, and how we work together. I've already taken part in a briefing session. There will be more with one of the consultants from Forth Valley discussing with our local response inspectors some of the concerns that they have and some of the concerns that we have. And I think the better understanding that we have how each work, then the better decisions we can make on any given time, and they can then direct the officers who are at the hospital to try and free up their time. I can't see it ever getting to a point where it won't be an issue, just because of the amount of calls we get and the amount of demand that lies within that area of work for us. But it's certainly an area that we can streamline and get better at. And it's just about understanding how we manage the risk round about it. And I also have you know, my concern sometimes lies with our officers who want to do the right thing, and having gone to all the effort of getting hold of somebody, for instance, and then taking them to the hospital, they don't want then to find out in half an hour's time that they're back out again and putting themselves in danger. So they want to see the job through. But that ties up resources, so it is a balancing act that we're carrying out, and it's work ongoing just now.
Thanks, Craig. Probably just not a question, but just a comment on the report. I'm glad that the part of the report on page 62 of your report, deploying dedicated visual community officers in all localities. That's, for me, that's key. To have bobbies in the beat and people see that they're there as a vital part that I feel the policing. And also, as we're all aware, that during the lockdown, domestic abuse increased dramatically. And I just hope that going forward that your officers continue to support the partners to support them during the lockdown period, because it's vital that it's not just the police's job regarding this. There is partners that involve these, and I just hope that continues going forward. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Craig.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr, for your input. We now have a queue here. It's Councillor Grant, followed by Councillor Blackwood, Councillor Bissett and Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Grant, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Before I start, I'd like to echo Councillor Mutter's sentiments and thank Alan and Craig and all his staff for keeping Falkirk safe. Well done for your hard work there. I'd like to ask Craig a question because it's on his report in page 44, Craig. We have worked closely with officers from national divisions and specialist units to address the concerns and matters of homes being broken into. Unfortunately, it's particular in the Bonnybridge and Larbert area, which is my ward. The question I'd like to ask Craig is this still an ongoing thing that we're working along with the national divisions and specialist units?
Yes, sir. Within Forth Valley, we have a priority crime team. So where we identify a particular crime in relation to maybe high value housebreakings, or where it's organised, or where there's cross border implications, then our priority crime team will look at that and tie in with other national organisations through our detective superintendent here, who has that under our portfolio for that type of crime. So it's an ongoing, it's not something that we just start and stop, it is an ongoing process. And so that means we can bring to bear the resources that we have at our disposal from East Region and from the force to deal with it, particularly when people are travelling across large areas. And it's just that getting that understanding of where these people operate, where they come from, and how best to target them. But that is something that is constantly ongoing.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Blackwood to ask any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Alan and Craig, for your report. Same as the rest of my colleagues have said. My question's around the antisocial behaviour, and I'm experiencing an increase in antisocial behaviour, and it's not pleasant for the people round about. In fact, sometimes the only respite they get if an individual who's causing the problem is taken into custody. But their first line of thought is, in a few weeks' time, they're back out and they're back in, they're causing the problem again. And I know you're working with partners, but we don't seem to be getting to the bottom of it. So what is the solution? I know about some of the people who are experiencing antisocial behaviour. I know, but their answer is get rid of the person altogether from the house. But all you do is move the problem somewhere else. So how do we overcome this problem?
Thanks, Councillor. I'll answer that if it's okay. There's a number of different things we can use. Depends on the age of the person, whether the antisocial behaviour's in and round about a house. If it's round about a house, then we can look at tenancy. We have our officers inbuilt into the council that they can look at how we deal with that in terms of their ongoing harassment of neighbours. If it's kids out in the public domain, then we can look at diversionary activities, and that's maybe one thing that has fallen by the wayside slightly during the COVID pandemic. Some of the opportunities to work with partners and diversionary activities, which we know in the past has been really good if targeted at the right individuals, at the right locations, at the right times, to be able to have an impact on it. Part of it is me and my plans, particularly around about weekends and our public spaces and our community teams being where they need to be. But it's a large area that we try to cover, and a large number of places that we try to put our resources in. So clearly one of the main things for me, the flags, is the calls that we're getting in and some of the contact that we have with elected members that allows me to identify where the real concerns are and allows me to target those particular areas. And on top of that is the actual individuals themselves, and again depends on their age, that we'll look at those individuals if they're kids and work with our other agencies to see what other factors and things we could put in to try to influence their behaviour. And adults, then we have the opportunities to go out there and deal with them if they commit crimes or offences, but we can go out and visit them, we can speak to them, we can try and get hold of them and identify who they are and what the concerns are prior to any offences happening. So a whole myriad of different things that we can do, but it really depends on age, location and type.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks,
Okay,
Craig.
thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. I'd just like to thank Alan and Craig for an excellent, very readable report, and say a grateful thanks to the police for all the work they do. I think during the pandemic they were very stretched, and during COP26 very stretched, but they continue to prioritise and do their very best for the people of Falkirk. And I'd just like to say on the issue of drugs, which is a scourge of our society, that there's still going to be that focus, and there's been increased warrants, which I was glad to see. That the effect of drugs in our society is really quite appalling, and it affects so many families, and I'm glad to see that focus is there. And I'd just like to say thanks on the support that personally I've had on antisocial behaviour and speeding issues and other issues. And any time I've got in touch with Craig or Liam, very quick to get back to you and assist you. So I'd like to thank them for that. And I think the collaboration is probably the key to reducing crime. And I know the police are part of the Community Planning Partnership, and that team that is developing all the time and becoming a better team, I'm sure that we'll work together to drive down crime. I'm sure together we can all solve the problems. And it's that collective nature that will do it. And I was glad to see the public are consulted as well on what their key themes are and their concerns are. So that feedback as well, and speaking to youth workers. And so I think there's been an excellent collaboration and discussion to try and formulate this plan, which is an excellent plan going forward. So I don't think I'll say any more. I'll just say keep up the good work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input, Councillor Bissett. It's Councillor McCluskey next. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost, for letting me in. The question I would like to see is, I take the officer's word that the policing wasn't impacted during that time when they were in other areas doing other duties. However, there would be an impact in the justice system, the fact that, as I say, there weren't court cases. There's already very lengthy delays in the justice system, and this wouldn't have helped. People see in the communities the action of the police. You know, they do drugs raids, they do things, so they knew that they're vigilant, they knew that we're doing their job. But what happens is, a year later, we haven't heard what happened, or cases dropped because of time limits to charges going up, or the weight that the prosecutor fiscal has. So I was just wondering if, how can we get a report maybe in the future about that side of it? It must be very difficult for officers to go as witnesses a year after event and then get questioned and then mind exactly what happened. I couldn't tell you what happened last week, you know what I mean? And I just don't know how you's managed. So that's my question about, is that something that maybe could get done at scrutiny, and that link between the police and the justice system maybe at a later date, so that the community's got a better, and members will have a better understanding of the tie-in of the process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your input there. Officers would like to come back on that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. I'll come in first. And Craig may have something else to add, but yes, it's a good point, Councillor McCluskey. The criminal justice system is a large mechanism, and obviously the COVID-19 situation has slowed it down significantly. So in terms of your question and your point, I think it's a very good one. I think for us to come back to scrutiny and discuss criminal justice in terms of what that looks like, and there are backlogs in the system. There are cases which have not came to trial or for assessment yet. So I think that would be a useful conversation. We could probably spend a significant amount of time this morning talking about it, which I know you don't have. So, but happily come back at a future scrutiny committee and talk about it, and indeed bring some of our colleagues in from their criminal justice services division who can talk about the day-to-day relationships they have in the sheriffdom here. I meet fairly regularly with the sheriff principal for this area and discuss the kind of the criminal justice matters which affect Forth Valley generally, and specifically Falkirk, Stirling and Clackmannanshire. So yeah, happy to do that if that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Provost, and thanks, Alan. Take care.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I don't see any more hands up for questions. So with our recommendation moved and seconded, and I'll go back to the mover if she just wants to say a few words, because I think there's been unanimity here in relation to your motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost, and it's welcome to hear the comments of other members. So I think that the main thing is to express our confidence in the plan, and that we give our thanks to all officers, and particularly that during the pandemic, as the pandemic continues and staff absence across everywhere is affecting, that we very much appreciate that officers will be under additional pressure to support their own colleagues, and please take our thanks back to them and our support back to them, so that they're aware of that and our confidence. So thanks, Provost. Nothing more to add.
Okay, thank you. So we're agreed the motion, which is the recommendation. We're all agreed.
Agreed.
Fine, thank you very much. Now, I maybe should have said at the outset that obviously, as Councillor Nimmo said, we've got a very, very large agenda here. There will be opportunities for comfort breaks, and we don't know how far we're going to get today, but to ensure that everybody will have an opportunity if they need to go, and we'll have a lunch break of 1 hour to ensure that people are in the best of spirits for carrying on this work today. So the next item is item 6 on the agenda, which is the Municipal Building Statutory Consultation under the Community Empowerment Act 2015 for disposal of common good land. It's pages 69 to 99 on your agenda papers, and the report is by Mr. Douglas Stubb. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Provost. And so this report was presented to the Council at the September meeting and was continued to this meeting, given the decision that was made on how the municipal buildings replacement project, the HQ and Art Centre, should be taken forward. So this report addresses the statutory consultation that was undertaken back in the summer relating to the potential for disposal of the site at the municipal buildings and the demolition of the municipal buildings complex. And so we're asking that the Council notes the consultation process that took place relating to that, to agree to that the entire municipal buildings and town hall site be considered as alienable common good, which would allow for its disposal in full or in part, that it agrees to proceed with the phased demolition of the municipal buildings, and agrees that the site or the balance of the site, once available, would be sold for development, and that the capital receipt from that sale would be available to be applied towards the cost of its replacement facilities. The report notes the public consultation process that took place, as I say, over the period of the summer, and that related to 2 elements. One, the proposed demolition, and secondly, the proposed disposal of the asset. And the consultation was undertaken in compliance with measures set out in the Community Empowerment Scotland Act, and was undertaken in compliance with that arrangement. It did note that the parallel decision-making process would be taking place in regard to the HQ and Art Centre itself. And we do note, as I say, that the process was deferred. Importantly, the report notes that any decision that's taken on this issue doesn't restrain or fetter a subsequent decision that's taken on the HQ or Art Centre, and there is a further report on that on the agenda. In relation to the consultation process, we note that that took place over a period of 8 weeks during the summer, and we note the various measures that were posted to enable that consultation to proceed. We advised that in the course of that consultation that the existing municipal buildings and town hall had reached the end of their economic life and were no longer fit for purpose, and therefore it was important that we should be pursuing a replacement facility. There were 2 consultation questions, and these are contained in paragraph 4.4 of the report, one about the demolition and the second about the disposal of the site. We give an analysis of the consultation response, and there are appendices that summarise the various responses that were received and our suggestions as to the response from the Council to give to these comments. But by and large, we had a positive response to both questions. 130 responses received against question 1, with 107 people agreeing with the proposals, and we do give some further analysis of the comments that were given. Similarly, of the 130 responses, 81 agreed in regard to the disposal of the site. There is some detail about the common good status of the assets on the site, and we did take Council's opinion on the status of the municipal building site in the light of the intention to demolish and to dispose, and that did give confirmation that they can be treated as alienable in that the council has the capacity to dispose of these assets once it has resolved what it wants to do. And so we are suggesting that we accept that they be deemed alienable and in time can be permitted to be disposed of. We note the financial consequences of demolishing the municipal buildings project, and that these have been built into the business case for the project. And we are also allowing that we would include for the acquisition of the facility at West Bank. We're concluding arrangements with the NHS for acquisition of that property, and it would allow the demolition of that to proceed alongside the municipal buildings. And importantly, that removes a significant eyesore on the frontage to the site. We alert the council to a number of the risks associated with the project, including that point about council's opinion over the alienable nature of the assets on the site. There is a potential that that might be challenged, but council considers that that would be able to be surmounted, and they think that a successful challenge would be unlikely to be achieved. So in conclusion, we suggest that the consultation has given a favourable response both to the prospect of demolition of the municipal buildings and to the disposal of all or part of the site once the council has determined how it wishes to proceed. And therefore we're asking for approval that we proceed on that basis, that we agree the alienability of the asset, that we proceed to demolish the municipal buildings on a phased basis, and that we allow that in time the asset can be disposed of to reinvest in the project. I'm happy to take any questions. Provost, I should say Leslie Malkin is on the call, but she's lost her voice due to a cold, so I'll be picking up messages with her by Teams if there's any detailed matters need to be considered. But happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go straight to the leader of the council, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Yeah, I'm dreadfully sorry that Leslie's lost her voice, but I'm sure that you'll do your best, Douglas. Thank you, Provost. As Douglas has said, the municipal buildings was held in the common good account and therefore was required to carry out the public consultation on the change of use and any disposal. This isn't the first time that members have seen the report, but it has been reviewed since the decisions around council in September, and that's why it's back before us today. The consultation that was carried out, the substance of which wouldn't have attracted a high response because it was quite technical and quite niche in its nature. But those that did respond, it was a majority of 80% in favour of disposal and demolition. Much of the comments that were received were related to the new build project and not related to the actual topic of the consultation itself. However, that has been noted, and indeed the comments have been taken into account. It's clear it needs to be made clear that the impact of the council decision in September has been taken into account, and that's reflected in the recommendations, and the use of the site has been safeguarded for the future, leaving options open at this stage until an outcome of further work that has been concluded, and does not fetter any decision about future use of the site at this stage. It's important that the decommissioning process continues, as the stripping and the demolition of the municipal buildings, even in part, will help to remove liabilities managing the building. We know that there has been many aspects of the building deteriorating over the years, but significantly more so over the last 18 months, with costs of repairs now being prohibitive. We have staff working from home. Again, current guidance is to do so if they can, and others in a blended manner working either from home or having been relocated to other buildings. It therefore makes sense to progress the demolition even in part and in a phased way, recognising that we still need to retain the utilities to Falkirk Town Hall. This would help with the financial management, and if we don't seek to progress the demolition, of the municipal buildings, and then additional costs will be incurred for managing the building. And I'm sure if we were to speak to our colleagues in NHS Forth Valley around West Bank and the challenges that empty building has caused them over recent time, we would concur, and my understanding is they would very much like to see that liability removed as well, and that's essentially around public safety as much as anything. Therefore, Provost, I'm not going to take up time in today's meeting because the information is there for members to see, but I will just move the recommendation as in section 2 of the report, and suggest that we continue with the programme of the demolition of municipal buildings, recognising that there is the outcome of the statutory consultation gives permission, should there be any of the site disposable in the future, that can be gone ahead with. But happy to move the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Was that seconded for your motion?
Happy to second, Provost. And
Thank
is everybody right? So back later, please.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. I'll go to Councillor Bissett. Have you any amendment in relation to the recommendations?
Thanks, Provost. I did have an amendment, but it was really around. I was concerned that the land might be sold off before we know the configuration of the project.
Yeah.
But at the group leaders meeting, I think it was discussed that it's already built into the report that there was no land would be sold off until we know the project configuration. But I would just like Mr. Moody to confirm that.
Yes, Provost, that reflects my own understanding too, and is reflected within the recommendations that are contained within the report that refer to the balance of the site needed being preserved, and it's the remainder of the site that is not required, which would be available for selling off. So the options are kept open through the recommendations if agreed. So the position is, I think, as Councillor Bissett states.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. So we're happy to agree with the recommendations, Provost.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kerr now, and before we open it up for any other questions, Councillor Kerr, have you any amendment to your group?
I've not an amendment, but I've got a question.
Provost.
Yes. I don't know if it was in the September meetings report or the one before it, and I'm maybe getting this all wrong, but was there a percentage of any land that was sold, a percentage of the money would go to the Common Good Fund? Are me making that up, or was that in the report?
Mr. Duff, can you answer that question?
Yeah, through you, Provost, there's no decision been made on that because obviously this report was continued. Right, okay. So if the council was minded to adopt that approach, it would need to be a further decision to be undertaken, but that would presumably take place at the point where the disposal was effected.
Okay, thank you.
Provost, could I maybe just clarify, because it was myself that had raised that. It hadn't been a formal movement of a motion. It was a suggestion that at an appropriate time we could consider potentially a contribution, albeit perhaps a small contribution, to the Common Good Fund in reflection of the common good aspect of it, and that would be giving something back potentially to the community. But there was nothing formal. It was a suggestion that could be taken forward at an appropriate time.
Thanks, Cecil.
Thanks for clarity. Anything else, Councillor Kerr, before Councillor Goldie's get his hand up? Councillor Kerr?
No, that's fine, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, so you're happy with the recommendation contained within the agenda? Thank you. Councillor Goldie, got a question?
Well, it's not a question, Provost, and it's no one that I hope will cause any difficulty for anyone. But are officers aware that Marks and Spencer's building has now been repurchased? And that there is suggestions. I'm wary of saying some things because I don't know how far along the road these things are, but I have an understanding, in fact, I've I've just had a phone call that tells me that Marks and Spencer's building has been purchased and that there's another commercial building very close to it that I don't really want to say because that would affect people's livelihoods. But things are changing dramatically in relation to that corner of the town, as I understand it. And as I say, I've only had a phone call from an interested party 2 or 3 minutes ago to tell me that. So I'm seeking clarification, but there are huge changes proposed for that area, which will, in fact, if they came to fruition, save us probably in the order of £20 million up there. So I would only suggest that we proceed with great caution. And I see I'm getting some strange looks, but I'm quite sure that the department must know. If I know that this is going on, the department must know that it's going on. The other 2 points I would make is the common good is the common good. The money and the values in the common good belong to the people of the old Falkirk borough. And so we need to bear that in mind all the time. But as I say, my understanding is that what I've stated it publicly, and my understanding is then that would probably make more money available, and obviously it would change the picture completely on the project. The other question I would ask is, I'm not aware if the social works building has much use at all, the building where the social work is, and therefore I would be asking, it's in a dilapidated state, built around the same time as the municipal buildings. I'm saying that only for the appearance and the construction. So is it in use? And if it's not in use, why are we not including that in any sale?
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back to Mr. Duff. Mr. Duff, you've heard the sort of questions from Councillor Goldie. First of all, in relation to do you or any officer know anything about the sale of Marks and Spencer's? And then the question in terms of the social work building. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. And so, yes, we're aware of the interest from other parties in the acquisition of Marks and Spencer's. We weren't aware that it had been concluded, but we knew it was very close to that. And we're aware of interest in a number of other properties around the town centre. So we are keeping our ear to the ground on that. I know that Pete Reid has been in touch with a number recently, and we had a meeting of the Town Centre Partnership a couple of weeks back where a number of the different developer interests in the town centre were involved and were advising of the work that they're undertaking. And so that's taken place. But additionally, in relation to the social work office, the Brockville building, that was part of our work on the office review. And it was confirmed through that review that there was an operational need to continue that building. In the course of the programme of work on the office estate, we would be looking at making good the accommodation for its continued operational use. So there's no intention at this point to dispose of that property.
Thank you for your input, sir. But just to let you know that there's nobody else wanting to come in. We've got a motion moved and seconded. There are no amendments. But I see that Councillor Alexander's got his hand up. He had an opportunity instead at the very beginning. He would like to come back in if the opportunity arises. Your opportunity is now, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Provost, thanks very much. I think we'll have to take what Mr. Goldie says over the last princess until we see the actual
19-1, Provost.
No problem, Dennis. To see the actual transition take place at the Marks and Spencer's site. We know, for example, that on the previous issue, Falkirk Stadium, developers all seem to contact Mr. Goldie if they have an interest. They want to contact the officers. So I think we have to be very, very careful with what's said in this committee and this meeting, and ensure that it's facts we deal with, the rumours, not innuendo, and certainly not the plucking the figures from right out of the air, which that's what was done this morning.
Okay, thank you for your input. Councillor Goldie, 19-1.
Provost. Councillor Alexander mentioned Falkirk Stadium. The only comment ever I made about Falkirk Stadium was it wouldn't be financially viable, and I'll leave the rest to the folk at Herald to can produce all that. I'm not using any innuendo. Innuendo is a word maybe Mr. Alexander should take a look at the dictionary before he uses. I'm telling you, and Mr. Duff has agreed that there is a project to again look at that, and it's an ongoing thing. These things happen all the time. But the situation that I've reported to you this morning, and I could have made it more painfully clear, however, it would have affected people's livelihoods, so I don't want to do that. I'm entitled, as you well know, Provost, to make a comment, no out of order, and Mr. Alexander should go away and look at innuendo. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're going to go back. There's been no amendment to the motion, moved and seconded, but we'll go back to the mover of the motion. I just want to say a few words. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. This is about moving on. It's about the future, and it's about making progress, and that's what this decision is around. The private developers will make their own decisions, and I'm just a bit concerned that certain information is being brought in. It's totally irrelevant to what we're actually discussing at this time, and trying muddy waters, and that's all what it's about. But we need to move forward. I'm pleased that people are in agreement in this, because it is a milestone, and I just thank people for being sensible about this.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're agreed the recommendations contained within the report.
Agreed.
Okay, that's 6 minutes past 11. This is going to be the first of the comfort breaks. It'll be 10 minutes, so I'll be come back here in 10 minutes. That gives everybody an opportunity to stretch legs. Comfort break. Thank you very much. Okay then, everybody. Thank you very much. We're going to resume the meeting. Before we go into the agenda and head for item 7, just to let you know that you'll all be aware that item 24 is motions, and unfortunately Councillor Black can't be with us today, but she'll be able to come tomorrow, because I don't think that we're going to maybe get through the agenda today, so there'll be an opportunity for Councillor Black to move a motion tomorrow. I've referred it to the full council. Okay, then that takes us to item 7, which is Council Headquarters and Arts Centre. It's pages 100 to 110, and the report has been summarised by Mr. Duff. Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Thanks, Provost. And so this report gives an update following the Council's decision on the HQ and Arts Centre project made at the last meeting in September. And we're asking that the Council notes the proposed scope of work for further commissions that we intend to undertake relating to the delivery of that project. And we ask also to note the probable cost of those works, and also that a further report on completion of these would be brought forward to the Council. We note the decision that was made in 29 September that we seek a further report from myself in relation to the updated costs and design options to build an HQ building of around 200 workstations, incorporating civic accommodation on the current site, and that be as close as to the front as possible on the site, taking in the footprint of West Bank. That we should retain the town hall in its current form and look at a partial upgrade, particularly improving its energy efficiency, and also at a date in the future look at the prospects of providing a library and hub facility on a high street site. And we were asked to give information on the funding sources that would be available to support each of those options. So we've been examining the prospects for bringing that work forward in further detail, and this report gives an update on that. In relation to the HQ building with civic accommodation, we've had a high-level review of the space budget associated with that, and we've given some further detail in regard to the provision of the civic accommodation. We're reflecting on the anticipated civic accommodation that would have been provided as part of the HQ project back in 2016. And we set out in paragraph 4.2 the suggested makeup of that accommodation, with office space for elected members and senior management team, around 200 workstations for staff, flexible studio and meeting space of around 200 square metres that would be capable of subdivision, and there is an appendix that goes into further detail on the makeup of that accommodation. Some medium or smaller studio and meeting spaces of around 75 square metres, and smaller additional toilet and other associated provision for welfare purposes. We do note that there's no suggestion of providing a cafe or canteen area, as it has been expected that staff and users of the building would look to use facilities in the town centre. As mentioned earlier, we've also been sustaining the discussions with the NHS over the acquisition of West Bank, and these are nearing conclusion to allow that to be contained within the demolition works contract. A high-level cost review of that proposal has been undertaken, and it's suggested that with that civic accommodation, that facility would cost around £24 million. The Appendix 1 gives further information on the assumptions that are given around that space budget and costings. And therefore, if members are satisfied with that approach, our intention would be to appoint their design team who've been working with us to undertake that proposal as a high-level design for the facility, and we estimate that work to cost around £10,000 to £15,000, and would undertake that in the coming weeks. In relation to the municipal buildings demolition, obviously the decision was made earlier by the council to proceed with that on a phased basis, and we give further detail in the report about the approach to take to that, with the first phase of that involving the removal of the District Court, the Chamber Suite, the West Bank and the bunker facility at the back of the facility. We would also vacate and strip down the main parts of the office building, and that work has been taking place and good progress made by officers and members in clearing that accommodation and allowing asbestos surveys and so on to take place, and that will allow a basis of separating the facility from the town hall, which is intended to keep operational. So that work has also been taking place and would be factored into this demolition to allow the demolition to proceed at a later stage. We will be doing further work on the separation of the two assets, the town hall and the municipal buildings, because there are shared structures and services involved, and we give some further detail, but we do note that more detailed work will require to be undertaken by our consultants to determine how exactly that should take place. And so that work won't be available until probably March, that we anticipate, given that it involves intrusive investigations to the structure, and we have to allow for the fact that the town hall will be operational during the pantomime season, and so that will be factored into that work. In relation to town hall's refurbishment, as mentioned, we have plans for the separation of those assets and to allow the town hall to be maintained. We have looked previously at the town hall, its condition, and at the arrangements for refurbishment. We do note some of the repairs that had been noted in the previous assessment of the building, and also that has highlighted its functional obsolescence, that there are issues there with the stage being too shallow for the modern pattern of performances, a lack of auxiliary studio spaces, inadequate entrance areas and limited hospitality. So that will have to be a factor in any further work on its refurbishment. And so we're suggesting that in light of these, a detailed feasibility study will be required on the options for refurbishment of the town hall, and that would be undertaken to accommodate each of the items, the structural separation and implications of detaching from the municipal buildings, the provision of plant and mechanical and electrical services, those repair costs I mentioned, the energy efficiency that can be obtained, and the enhancement options given the functional limitations of the building I've mentioned, and to look at the realistic extension of the building's life that can be given. That will be important when it comes to the basis of capital borrowing that will be allowed to invest in the building, to know what the anticipated life to the building will be and the cost of repayment. As a consequence, we suggest that a full business case will have to be put together for that facility, and we have teed up our technical teams to undertake that assessment and complete that work, but we estimate it'll probably take 4 to 5 months for that to be completed, and it would cost around £75,000 to £80,000 for it to be obtained. We're suggesting at this point no further work be undertaken on the library and central hub until a decision is reached on a final solution on the HQ building and the town hall. That work can always be brought on stream once there is clarity on how the council intends to move forward. We give further detail as requested in relation to the funding position, including the potential to attract £6 million of funds through the investment zone. Members may be aware we've been continuing those discussions with UK and Scottish Government about the availability of around 90 million of support for a growth deal and some additional work on climate change. And a briefing has been arranged for members next week with a view to a special council to take place on the 20th of this month to consider how to, the council's willing to enter into an agreement with UK and Scottish Government over the availability of those funds. And that includes a proposal for 6 million of funds to be allocated to the Falkirk Arts Centre facility. And therefore, there is the prospect that that could proceed with support from these funds. Importantly, the Council's decision to amend the scheme is having to be factored into the final determination of the use of those funds. And that's something that will need to be agreed with UK and Scottish Government as this proceeds. We also note the availability of 1.4 million of the Scottish Government's place-based investment funds that was earmarked for the acquisition of the interests at the High Street and Coburn Street site. As that's no longer intended as part of the Council's proposals, alternative investment options for that will need to be brought forward, and we are working on that to bring it forward for consideration by the Executive. We note the approach to consultation that has been undertaken, including the work on the Community Empowerment Act in relation to the demolition and disposal. And we give further details on the various implications, particularly the financial implications, noting the 45 million that's contained in the capital programme. And we suggest that that be retained within the programme to allow for the capital costs associated with the new build office and civic accommodation and the refurbishment options that have been that need to be prepared for the town hall. We estimate around £100,000 will be needed for this next phase of work to do the technical feasibility and an updated business case for the town hall. And we also note that discussion with the UK and Scottish governments over the prospect of investment zone funding and the need to consider there the availability of those funds for a refurbishment option as opposed to new build. We give narrative in relation to the risks associated with the project. We have advised previously of the risks to the council associated with the prospect of regenerating the town centre, and in fact that given this decision there is a prospect of further decline to the town centre, with more town centre vacancies, a loss of jobs and businesses to the town centre, and some of that concern was given at a recent meeting of the town centre partnership. But we have had discussions through that partnership about how we should proceed to look at the prospects for the town centre longer term. We also note a risk allocation of 7% has been added to the figures, given some of the increase in prices that we've seen in recent construction tendering works. In relation to sustainability, we note the intention previously to promote the building as an exemplar of net zero technology, and that would need to be considered in how we would move forward with this proposal. In relation to the conclusions, therefore, we're suggesting that we will proceed to undertake further work on the feasibility and the business case for the project, for the new HQ and associated civic accommodation, for the refurbishment of the town hall including the scope to decouple from the municipal buildings and to achieve greater energy efficiency. And all of that to come forward in a new business case to be presented to a future meeting of the council. I'm happy to take any questions, and similarly to the earlier item, Leslie's in the background but not able to speak.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. I'll go straight to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. And I will say, to give comfort to members from the outset, that we will respect the Council's decision that it was made in September, despite the fact that you know, we didn't agree with that. And we know that the options that officers have now been asked to work on, it is back to ground zero, and developing that business case. It's disappointing, the timescale, but recognise that the depth of work that now is required to be done in developing that particular project, that it will take some time before we're going to be in a position to have all the details back in front of us. In saying that, we know that it's not going to be a best value option. It's not going to give the outcomes that we declared we wanted around town centre regeneration, and therefore it is really disappointing that we're in a position that we've got a further delay, and the impact that that will have on our town centre. Let's be in no doubt, and I don't want it to appear to be over egging the pudding here, but those that attended the Town Centre Partnership will have heard our town centre is on a knife edge, and the delays in taking a decision, having committed in June that when the report came back in September it would be the final decision, recognising the need to move forward, that was taken in good faith by many within our town centre, and they've made commitments and decisions on the back of that, and yet they find themselves no further forward, with yet another detailed proposal having to be worked up, that will require extensive work before it comes back in front of members, and even then we know it's not going to give the outcomes required in terms of the town centre. That there's quite a lot of anger, frustration, anxiety. We know that the refurbishment of the town hall is going to give a lesser product than what a new build would provide, resulting in the need for ongoing significant public subsidy, as it's not going to be possible to attract the types of performances that will bring the levels of revenue that will make the investment more sustainable. That means there's less people coming in, and they're not going to necessarily go anywhere near our town centre. And we've just heard from Douglas that the ability of that refurbishment project to attract growth deal money is under concern at the moment, and still requires further work to whether or not that could be included in the growth deal, which leaves a huge risk to us. But what we have in the meantime is businesses who have hung on, waiting for a decision, having been promised a decision, now being left without any hope, and anything that's going to motivate them to keep on going, knowing that investment is coming. Certainly nothing in the short term. We're going to lose further jobs. Potentially hundreds of jobs are now at risk as a result of the previous decision. And the example that was given, you know, the last time was, you know, the saviour was the 40 new businesses that started up during the pandemic. At that time, it gave the town a real boost, and it started to think of the prospects of the investment that was coming, the £45 million worth of investment that would have made a difference within the High Street area, and the potential of that. Now, as a result of the council's decision, 3 have already closed out those 45, 3 are in receivership, and a further 5 have changed hands, but there's more to come. And many of in the hospitality industry are looking at their future, and if they have a future in Falkirk going forward. Potentially after Christmas they might only open a couple of days or weekends. Others will just have to close because they won't be able to open, they're not going to be able to retain staff. And they've expressed their exasperation and extreme worry around the town centre. And if anybody's taken time to have a look at the petition that was set up and some of the comments in relation to that, then I think, you know, that really does hurt. It hurts me personally, but I think it hurts the council. It's created a complete lack of confidence in the council, which brings with it a huge reputational risk, particularly in attracting private sector finance. That's why there needs to be a serious focus on what we're going to do. If we're not going to invest £45 million in the town centre, what are we going to do? Where is that investment going to come from? Well, I believe it was a wrong decision for the council to make, and where we are, the 6-month rule prevents us from discussing that and revisiting the decision. Therefore, the work has to go ahead and not at insignificant costs. But it does nothing at this stage to address the town centre regeneration. And therefore, I'm proposing the following motion, and I think officers have the details of that and be able to share that with members. But I will read. Recommendation is that Council notes the proposed scope of the further commissions and the probable cost of the works for the delivery of the HQ and Arts Centre project, including the intention to meet our net zero target. Express its concern over the timescale and the cost for delivery of the work, in particular its adverse effect on the council in meeting its accommodation needs and in progressing the regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre. Agrees that work to be undertaken to refresh the Revitalising Town Centre Regeneration Action Plan in light of the council's decision on delivery of an office and civic HQ and refurbished town hall, and the support for the project contained in the investment zone, and requests a further report on the completion of its work. I think that recognises where we are, the decision that was taken by council, and the work that's needed to be taken forward, but also recognises that we can't divorce our commitment to the town centre, and we need to look at an alternative plan and look at developing that with our partners going forward, in order that we can deliver for the people of Falkirk, retain jobs, create new opportunities, and have a vibrant town centre that is a place to be, and how we are actually going to deliver on that, because we did make a commitment to that some time ago, and recent decisions, some who haven't been good decisions, and that's probably reflected in their best value report. We need to address that and do that quickly. But I move the motion, Provost.
Have you got a seconder at this stage? Councillor Alexander seconding. We are right to come back in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, David, you're on mute still.
Yeah. I think he's got problems there. Would you maybe get another seconder at the moment? You get an opportunity to come in when.
Provost, I'm happy to second.
Provost.
Oh, Councillor Alexander's there.
Yeah, Councillor Alexander, sorry, we've just got a seconder because we couldn't get through, but you'll have an opportunity to come back in. What we're doing now is we've got a motion moved and seconded. It's going to come up on the screen, and we've got to ask then Councillor Bissett and Councillor Kerr if they would take they need a break to discuss with their members. Would you need a break, Councillor Bissett?
I would need a recess, Provost, thank you.
How long would you require, do you think?
Maybe 15 minutes somewhere.
15 minutes. Councillor Kerr, are you happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that, Provost.
Okay, you'll see it up on your screen now, and there'll be a 15-minute. So it's 11:42, so we'll be back at. It's emailed as well. So we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll resume today's meeting, and we'll go straight to Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bissett, you had an opportunity to discuss with your group the motion that was put forward. Have you any amendment to that?
Yes, Provost, I have an amendment, but first of all, just like to say on the comment about the final decision, really, it wasn't a final decision. What it was we put up a compromise to put the art centre in the high street and municipal buildings on the current site, and that wasn't agreed. So clearly the Labour group didn't want the HQ and the art centre on the high street. That was quite clear. So we tried that compromise. So since that wasn't agreed, we have to come up with option C. So nobody was going back on any final decision. And just to touch on the town hall, the way Mr. Duff paints a picture there, it's like a full-blown upgrade. We've never asked for that. So what we really would like to discuss at some point is the different levels of upgrade, a level 1, a level 2, a level 3 upgrade, because we then need to choose. I don't think you should be coming back saying, here's a full-blown upgrade. I think it needs to be broken down to 1, 2, 3. And also, if the HQ Arts Centre had been built on the Coburn Street site, nothing was going to be done to the town hall for 3 or 4 years. And that might still be an option that you don't do anything. So we'll see. Also, this is effectively now 3 projects: HQ and civic accommodation, town hall upgrade, and library hub and high street at a future date. So there is no reason, we don't have to wait till all reports come back until a decision is made. We can get the first one, HQ municipal site and civic accommodation. I got this email from Leslie. This is the easiest commission as it involves the least consultants. MLA, Red Sky, QS have some limited availability in December, but we realistically look at this over December, January, with limited input from the structural ME consultants in the new year. A report would be available at the end of January, but that makes reporting back in the settlement February, March with the lead-in for reports. So we would hope that the report on the HQ civic accommodation could come back for the 30th of March council meeting, Provost, and other reports can be brought forward when they come forward. But I don't see any reason for them all to come back together. There's no need for that. So on and just touching on the decision that was taken, it was 60% to 40% in favour of building on the current site. That's democracy, I'm afraid. And if more councillors vote for that, they'll vote for it on the current site. Well, that's the way it is. And if petitions want to overturn democracy, and I'm afraid democracy has got to stand or it'll be defeated. And just on the amendment I'm going to put forward, Provost, is the officer's recommendations.
So just to be clear, you're putting forward as an amendment the recommendations contained within the report?
Yes, Provost.
Okay, that's simple enough. Have you got a seconder for your amendment?
I'm sure I have.
Provost, I'm happy to second the amendment. We've heard a lot for the SNP about delaying the project, but I think on balance this is just the SNP trying to delay this project even further until after next May's election. They'll be sitting there hoping that they have an outright majority after May's elections, and they'll be able to change any of these decisions that are going to be made by Labour or the Tories or anybody else for that matter.
Labour and the Tories.
Okay.
I'm being interrupted.
Okay, excuse me, Councillor, then we'll carry on.
That was really all I had to say, Provost. It's another delaying tactic for the SNP. It doesn't help the town centre at the moment. They're crying out for help as far as we can make out. And the only thing that's actually happening is the prospect of developers building flats at the moment. How does that actually help the town centre? Because this project isn't going to be built for the next 3 or 4 years, so it's not going to have an immediate impact on anything that happens in the town centre. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks for your time. Right, I'm going to go to Joe.
Provost, I've got a question.
Right.
Can I just confirm from Councillor Bissett that there's not going to be any public commitment to town centre regeneration?
Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Provost. I think town centre regeneration is ongoing, and it should be always ongoing. And that's a commitment for the council, and I'm sure for all parties. And I'm sure there's investment for other sources that we'll get as well. And I'm sure the businesses will work with us to try and regenerate the town centre. And it is actually changing organically at the minute. I saw recently that someone bought up the property at the end of the West End, and they're going to be converting that into flats, which will bring more people into the town centre. And it's going to be organic over the years, Provost. And I think we need to work with the town centre on regeneration. So yes, everybody's committed to town centre regeneration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's an opportunity to go to Councillor Kerr now. We've heard from Councillor Bissett. He's got an amendment moved and seconded. I'm going to Councillor Kerr. You got a further amendment, sir?
No, Provost, but I'll go to my portfolio holder for economic development, Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Councillor Munro. I saw your hand, but I went to your leader first. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Like the leader of the Labour group in this circumstance, we actually agree with much of what he's saying. The high street is repurposing and growing organically. There are a lot of major buildings being bought back by local people, and I think we need to remember that the high street was previously full of national shops that moved to the retail park, and that in part caused the problem. So it's really good that local business are coming in and doing these things, and rather than having one option or one building which it is intended for Coburn Street, which we don't own, and therefore would take many years to purchase the land, and then there would be the build. I think the challenge of that is the thing that local business recognise isn't a quick fix for either themselves or for small shops. For that reason, we feel that the high street is progressing, and there are small things that can be done, like the parade of shops between the current council building and the high street could be offered refurbishment to help make the linkage. There are all sorts of things that can be done, and town centre regeneration is an ongoing thing that we can all participate in. And so like Robert, we want to go with the officer's recommendation.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Just to clarify where we are, we've got a motion moved by the leader, Councillor Meikle-John, seconded, but I think it was Councillor Bowes that seconded it?
No, Councillor Alexander.
Councillor Alexander, we got you in. Fine, thank you, sir. And we now have an amendment which supports the recommendation contained by Councillor Bissett, seconded by his colleague. Now, could I ask anybody else would like to come in at this stage of the debate? I think Councillor McCluckie had his hand up. Did you, sir?
Yes, I had, Provost. Because of the serious things that the leader of the council has said there, we have just been reviewed by Audit Scotland, who was reckoning we weren't working collaboratively, and obviously and taking forward council decisions, major decisions, and trying to move forward at these times. And the reality is that Falkirk Council took a decision what we were going to do, and we were only going to go up the town centre. We were going to build, as I say, the building down where the building is. And that decision was taken by Falkirk Council. Now, if the leader of the council, if a senior officer came up and said he wasn't going to implement council policy, we would expect that he would be resigning. And as the leader of the council, who should be taking forward and getting behind what's passed by Falkirk Council, isn't he going to get behind the decision of Falkirk Council, then clearly I feel she should step aside, right, to it, because it's a very serious situation. And certainly when we're getting watched and we've got members of the public watching, we've got businesses looking to invest. And the next set of things saying that Falkirk Town Centre, instead of being open for business and transparent and trying to encourage businesses too, what we're saying is the town centre is on a knife edge, and the worst is to come. And we just heard from Councillor Goldie that a major piece of the development in the town centre has came into an agreement and Mr Duff, in his capacity, had said it was nearing completion. We believe it's now moving forward. And thankfully, these major developers, and there's obviously other ones developing in the town centre, showing an interest, is just taking these as hype from the leader and going about their business, and doesn't think it's as bad. I don't think we should be putting a statement representing Falkirk Council and putting forward these issues. And if they can't get behind the businesses of Falkirk Council and take it forward, and if they can't take the decisions and take them forward as, you know, the ones that we don't like are the same as the ones that we do like, then clearly what should happen is people should step aside. Right, that's clearly that, you know. I very serious what's been said here this morning. The public is listening, right? And we need to be honest and facts, and no start with our election early for next May and start there and putting fear things out to the community.
Okay, then going to go back to the leader of the council who came forward with the motion, Councillor Meikle-John, to wind up. Thank you.
Provost, I've had my hand up also, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I'll bring you in right away, Councillor Murtaugh. Apologies, didn't see you there. Councillor
Okay.
Murtaugh, thank you.
No, I mean, I'm sure the leader of the council will be able to speak for herself in terms of Councillor McCluckey's remarks, but Councillor McCluckey is right that this is a very serious situation, and I think that what is important, I'm not sure how it is that the opposition members are finding disagreeing with this. The leader made it very clear in her remarks that we're not, you know, we're respecting the decision of council, but what has to be noted is the very serious impact that decision has on regeneration, and that's what's been stated by Councillor McCluckey just there in terms of, yes, the council made a decision not to put the investment in the town centre when it looked at this site, and therefore we must give the confidence to our town centre traders that we are not putting when Councillor Bissett and Councillor Monroe are saying, of course we all agree that regeneration is an ongoing thing and investment town centre is an ongoing thing. Those are just words. That if you don't actually put something behind it, then how is that meaningful? The businesses in the town centre need to see that we are progressing meaningfully with that. They need to be given that confidence, and that's what our motion provides for. And I think that, you know, it's far from ourselves politicking at all about that. What we are trying to do is make sure that the practical steps are put in place to give these the town centre businesses and our public the confidence that we recognise the decision that was made at council previously has these consequences. But although we do not agree with that decision and did not agree with that decision, we have to move forward, and that's what our motion looks to do. So I think it has to be very clear to the public who it is that is putting that forward. And I find it quite incredible that the opposition members can't get on board with that, and if they don't understand, for example, what further investment in terms of flats and bringing people back to the town centre actually does have a positive impact on footfall as well, and bringing people to the town centre, I'm not sure they're really grasping the nettle on this and understanding the issues which are actually there. But I'll leave it there. I'm sure the council leader will have her own remarks in summing up about what Councillor McCluckey said.
Well, fine. Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Alexander, I see you there, sir. It's you're on now. Can we hear you?
Thanks very much, Provost.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, 2003 was the first time Labour brought forward a report on town centre regeneration. 2003. And they still don't have a cohesive strategy, because what's just been said by the Labour group is absolute nonsense, total nonsense. Now, I would have thought that you know, someone mentioned democracy. I would have thought that recent lessons would have been learned. But looking at democracy, there's nothing better than the democracy, the ballot box. The most recent by-election in this area, in the town centre area, which is most affected by the decisions we take, saw the Labour vote absolutely melt, totally melt down the Labour vote, 15%. saw the Tories who were congratulating themselves before the boxes were opened even, and we saw the Tories. They thought they'd won, and to be honest, I thought they'd won as well. Not because of any issue, but because national issues in terms of the way that the developments are going in relation to national opinion polls. I thought that the Tories would probably win that. What I'm certain of is that the returns we got, both at the doors and in the new media, was that the Tories would have won had they supported 10th century generation. Labour took most of the blame for the failure of the council collectively, because there seems to be the lead opposition group. Labour may have taken the blame for that, but there was enough of Tory votes switched because of 10th century generation, or the lack of any 10th century generation proposals from Labour, from the Tories, to Friday and Slip, to ensure that that we held the seat, or we won the seat, and having a tremendous candidate helped as well. But the issues that were coming up time and time again, and we carried out major consultation exercises down in black and white. So right here, you want to have a quick peek. We'll show you any addresses, but I can certainly show you the numbers who said that yes, they wanted this regeneration. And what we have now is this mismatch of proposals coming forward from the Labour and Tory groups. This can't understand for the life of me why you have no faith in the town centre community, business community, and but it's clear that you have no faith in the town centre business community. That's a great pity, and I look forward. If there's this on our part, then different language and all that. So what we need to do over that is to look and see what government policy is in relation to the UK government, and the UK government policy is very much to use the capital that they give the way of the investment zones for capital and regeneration. And regeneration is a major policy for okay, you never know what regeneration you get, whether it's a new Peppa Pigs or not. But the Labour's proposals and Labour's attitude and Labour's record nationally is to support regeneration proposals. And yet, here we are in this total mismatch of changing positions is absolutely incredible.
A question, convener.
What's your question?
The question is, have I got the paper wrong, convener? I thought we were talking about the town centre, and we seem to have went on to item 13, the by-election.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Goldie, we haven't forgotten about you. We've been waiting for Councillor Alexander to finish. He has an opportunity to speak like everybody else. You've got to wait your turn, but it is now your turn, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's just in reference, Provost. Councillor Alexander saying the first report ever we put forward in the town centre and refurbishment of the town centre was 2003. 1988, in fact, Labour started the full refurbishment of the town centre. We spent millions of pounds pedestrianising it, and ever since then there was projects done under the Labour-led council. And I'm always concerned when people talk about democracy. Everybody mentions democracy here, but what is becoming very obvious is that the SNP, and to be fair to them, they do support democracy, and I need to say that. The only problem with that is they support democracy until somebody doesn't support that as well, has a different opinion, and democracy goes out the window and they get attacked. And Mr. Alexander made reference to the Tories and Labour doing this and doing that, and like it's a bad thing. He didn't say that when the Tories and Labour, the Tories and the SNP built the football stadium. So the Tories have worked over the years, and Mr. Alexander, like myself, isn't shy in working with the Tories if need be, and that's a fact. But it is a fact that under Labour, a Labour-led council, millions upon millions were spent refurbishing the town council. And I just got a phone call there again from that person that Mr. Alexander referred. I didn't name the chap, but I'm going to go and phone him again just a minute. He asked me to phone him back. And that is good news for the council, for the town centre. The town centre will refurbish itself. It's done it for hundreds of years. That's not to say we shouldn't help support them. We'll do that. But they'll find their feet and they'll go on with it. Thanks for that, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Now, obviously, everybody in the council supports the town centre, but people have got different opinions the best way to proceed. And the fact is that we're discussing a major issue here today, and we want to try and ensure that we're focusing on that. Councillor Gardner, I believe you were next, sir. Then Councillor Bowles.
Thank you, Provost. And I won't be really quick, and it's just to touch on what Councillor McCluckie said there. We'll look after our own group locally, and I'm sure I can speak for every member in our group that we have full confidence in the council leader and our group leader, Councillor Meikle John. I suggest he looks a bit closer to home if he's looking to see any issues and problems, because it's just in the last 2 short months, his groups went from 9 members down to 7. And obviously, Councillor Alexander mentioned by-election recently, and what was a Labour pretty stronghold. So yeah, I think you should look closer at home, Mr. McCluckie, before criticise any other members.
Thank you for your input. Yes, we're dealing with a major issue here, and we seem to be sidetracked by politics and past. This is a major decision we've got to take today, and if anybody wants to speak, I would prefer if they focus on the issue in front of them. Councillor Bowes, sir, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And sort of following your line, and I'm going to speak about the motion that the leader of the council put in twice during when she spoke. She said she respected the decision of the council. So to try and portray her as not doing that, I think is egregious at best. I would also say that because you don't agree, and democracy doesn't mean because you lose a vote that you then don't voice your opinion, that you don't agree with it. I think we're all allowed to do that. Yes, I'm sure you're allowed to campaign and things, even if you haven't won the vote on it. I think the part for the leader of the council put in about a declaration of support about the regeneration of the high street, I think is important to come from this council, and I think the omission or the deletion of that from the leader's motion, I think is a bad mistake. I think we had a chance there to actually tell the people in the high street, the business in the high street, that we support them. Hopefully that was more in line with what you were looking for, Provost.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. I'm going straight back to the leader now to wind up. Councillor Meikle John.
Okay, thank you. It's been a wee while since I've had some attacks within council, but I know that Councillor McCluckie probably doesn't truly believe that. Otherwise, I'm sure he would be campaigning for something more within his group. But I will address some of the points that have been made. I think, again, it would come back to this abdication of responsibility by our collective opposition here, and just listening to what Councillor Bissett has said dilutes it even more, and actually brings it into more question by saying that we don't want it all back at once. We can go on and do the HQ and the Civic Centre and get the rest later. It's as if the rest doesn't matter. And if we run out of money, then that's fine. We can't do any more. But we've got a new HQ, we've got a new Civic Centre, we've got our new offices, and that's where we'll be. And that takes me right back to 2016, when there was a collective agreement by the whole council that was not the way to go. That was not the project that was going to actually deliver the difference that is made, and actually make and give added value to the town centre. And that's what we should be about. It's less about our own offices, our own buildings, and more about the added value that we give to our society, to our people, that we are voted in to represent. And that's ultimately the true democracy. I'll be at the ballot box next year as to how people view the councillors here and those that are standing, particularly in the town centre area, and to whether or not they've done the business for them. I would be absolutely delighted if we were able to get information back in front of members before the elections. But I also know and understand the level of work and the maturity that comes with the office that I hold, that I've got responsibility for the whole council, and particularly around the financial aspects of it. And looking at something in isolation such as this just wouldn't be appropriate. Addressing some of the points around the town centre, and it's really disappointing and disillusioning that we have so many members here that are out of touch with Falkirk Town Centre, and that's maybe something to do with the lack of engagement. And I would encourage any of you and any councillor to go and speak to Elaine Grant, Falkirk Delivers, who we spoke very highly of, the work that she's done. And listen to what she's saying about the struggles that she's now having to get the bid levy in, and they are very concerned for their future. And that's something that greatly concerns me. She'll also introduce you to many people within the high street and hear their concerns. Don't hear it from me, hear it from them. They expressed that very passionately and very vociferously at the Town Centre Partnership. It was difficult to hear. And I felt very, very isolated and not being able to give them some hope for the future, just because of the way that this council's decision making has gone. In fact, there's a gentleman there that talked about house building, and while he was telling us what he'd acquired, he said that there's limits. That's it. He can't see any future. He can't go beyond that, because that isn't the investment seen. There's not necessarily the ability to be able to attract the sales of those properties because of the investment, the refurbishment, the sense of place, and everything within town centre area. So I would encourage and speak to the Howgate, speak to the retailers, let them tell you where it is from their perspective. Let them tell you just how anxious they are, worried as we go into next year. Having limped along with the hope of that investment, and just how much confidence they've lost. This isn't necessarily the final decision today, and I get that, and I want to see the work come back, but what I want to be able to do is to give some commitment and hope for the future, so that I know that people are going to have jobs next year, the year after. And that we can actually make a difference in the town centre. I want to be able to go on and do a master plan for the town centre, something that brings in both the public and the private partnerships that will actually be able to make that difference. But as we are constantly losing interest, and I get, you know, that the Marks and Spencer's building has now been acquired by someone else, and we were aware of all those discussions for some time. But that alone isn't going to make the difference in Falkirk Town Centre. It needs far more investment and far more collaboration in order to be able to do that. And what's disappointing here today is that this motion says we'll get on and do that, but it's not prepared to be supported. It's about being very, very insular and looking at our own personal interest rather than those of the wider society. And that's why we are not seen as taking good decisions in Falkirk Council. I've respected the decision of council. I know we've got to get on with the work, but for me, that will never ever be good enough. My aspirations for Falkirk and the whole district are much better than that. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for your input there. Pardon, did somebody say something?
91, Provost.
What's that? What's that, Councillor Bissett?
Yes, the leader of the council mentioned, raised my name in regards to the
Provost, I don't think you can raise a 19-1 once it's summed up.
Oh, just hold on a minute, we'll get clarity for Mr. Moody.
Yes, I think you can still raise a 19.1 after summing up, but we need to be clear what the 19.1 actually is, and simply being mentioned isn't a basis for a 19.1.
I think that the leader said we weren't concerned about the other projects, the town hall and the library and the hub, Provost.
Right. Okay, fine, thank you. I think that's just an opinion, Councillor, is it? Well, go to the vote now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Alexander. The motion has been circulated among members and displayed. Against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett, seconded by Councillor Nimmo, and that consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of your report. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander. Apologies, Councillor Alexander. I think you were on mute there.
Apologies. Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Balfour, I think you may have been on mute there. My apologies.
Hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, the motion, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
The motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
The amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Goldie.
The amendment.
Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
The amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
The motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
For the motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
For the amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
The amendment.
Councillor Russell.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears.
The motion.
Provost, there were 14 votes for the motion. There were 15 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. Carry on with item 8 on your agenda this morning. It's the Falkirk Integration Joint Board Report. And please note, Standing Order 20.11 applies to this agenda item, and the report is for noting, but it's still open for discussion. And the report is by Patricia Cassidy, who will summarise and the recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. So the report in front of you today provides Council with an update of the work of the Health and Social Care Partnership, in particular our continued response to the ongoing pandemic and the remobilisation of services. The report presents 3 reports that were considered by the Integration Joint Board at its November meeting, and that includes a report on the Joint Loan Equipment Service Review, the Home Support and Supported Living Contract, and the Annual Performance Report for 2020 to 21. Also included is an update on the Recovery and Remobilisation Plan. Each of these reports are appended to the report and are summarised in the cover report. So in section 4, there's a summary of the remobilisation and response to COVID-19, giving the Council information on a range of issues and delivery in relation to the remobilisation plan, including the ongoing work around care home assurance and the oversight of that assurance in partnership with colleagues in NHS Forth Valley. In section 5 of the report, sorry, actually 4.11 of the report, there's an update on the Falkirk Community Hospital Master Plan process and the governance arrangements. So we've been able to make good progress on the master planning. We've held a series of workshops with stakeholders, and a lot of our patient and community and third sector recs have been really actively involved in that process. And I know that that's an issue that elected members have a keen interest in, and that's summarised at section 4.11 in the report. In section 5 of the report, it summarises the recent review, which is appended to the report on the joint loan equipment store. We carried out an options appraisal exercise with our colleagues in Click Manager and Stirling Health and Social Care Partnership and NHS Forth Valley. And the recommendation which the IGB agreed was the development of a comprehensive Forth Valley-wide joint loan equipment store, and that will now be subject to further work and reported back to the IGB late spring, early summer. In section 6 of the report, again of particular interest to the Council, is an update on the development of the home support and supported living contract. This is a tender process for 3 years for the delivery of care at home and supported living, and it's a value in total of about £100 million of investment. So it's a critical report, critical contract for the Council and for the partnership for the delivery of these key services. And the report, which is appended, summarises the progress with that. The agreement we've had from the IGB is to push back the timeframe of that from being ready April to June, with going live in September. And that's as a result of all the combined pressures across the whole system and the reduced capacity that we've had with our staff. In section 7 of the report, there's the annual performance report from the partnership, and that covers from April 2020 to March 2021, so covers the first full year of our pandemic response. The report itself really reflects the work across the system in partnership with our third sector, our independent providers and our NHS colleagues, as well as some of the work across Forth Valley. So it outlines a range of our responses to the pandemic, as well as the continued service developments and redesign that have been taken forward during that time. It also reports our progress against 23 national integration indicators, which helps us to understand how well our services are meeting the needs of the people who use them. There has been some change in the way that these indicators are surveyed, so some of our indicators are not comparable with previous years. However, we've benchmarked those against comparator partnerships and Scottish national results to give members an indication of that performance. And that's summarised in our quick performance at a glance at table 1 in the cover report and in more detail within the appended performance report itself. So elected members can see there that 13 out of the 19 national indicators, the partnership compares well or better than the national average. So in conclusion, we've presented a lot of information for elected members' perusal. I'd recommend, if you've not had a chance to before, to have a look at the annual performance report. We are aiming to produce a 4-page summary of that report, which we will circulate a link to that in due course. But there's a rich representation of the sheer scale and volume of work that has been going on in our communities, with our communities. There's some good case studies within the report which just give you a better flavour and sense of the quality of the work that has gone on, but also the responsiveness of our communities to provide support and across our response for the pandemic. So members of the council are asked to note the contents of the report, and I'm very happy to take any questions, and a couple of my colleagues are here to help out as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll go straight to Councillor Colley, the portfolio holder, for any comments relating to the report, and then we'll open it up to other members. Thank you, Councillor Colley.
Thank you very much, Provost. I don't intend to say too much. As usual, Patricia and our team's reports are comprehensive and frank to the scale of challenges of delivering health and social care in the face of both the winter and a pandemic. I know I say it every time, but every time I feel it must be said. Our staff from Chief Officer to care workers on the ground are going above and beyond, not only to deliver the support that people need right now, but to be able to plan for ongoing improvement of services. So again, thank you. The NHS remains on emergency footing, and I think we know all about that, and social care continues to be stretched to capacity. But if you read the report, you can see quite clearly that despite the challenges, there's a huge effort that's been made to ensure that our local citizens have the services they need, and that these services are safe and as effective as possible. I'll pull out some examples. The HSCP is working hard to recruit more social care workers in face of stiff competition across the sector, but also from other sectors, including recruitment from the NHS Healthcare Support Workers Bank for staff, and continued recruitment for internal services, including through Forth Valley College recruitment events. I think probably at this point I want to say a thanks to HR, who probably don't get a lot of thanks very often publicly, who are working really hard to minimise the time from recruitment to starting employment. It's really important to help the HSCP building capacity. And also a call out to Falkirk Council employees to help. And I'm pleased to say, although the numbers are small, when the HSCP has asked, again, employees of the council, as they have throughout the pandemic, have gone the extra mile. The HSCP is working with our partners to develop options to support people to have a timely discharge from hospital. This includes increasing the number of places available in intermediate care, an important step for many to regain mobility and independence for going back to their own homes. Working with care homes to develop short-term interim care placements to enable people who are clinically ready to be discharged from hospital to have a homely environment with a reablement and package of care, or indeed a long-term care home place is arranged. Contracting a specialist provider to deliver a discharge to assess pathway, providing at-home reablement and support. And one I think is really innovative, commissioned by the HSCP from our voluntary sector partners, providing a discharge and support service to people who are fit to go home but need a little bit of extra support. The service, which includes food training, compassionate neighbours, offers amongst other things, transport home, a home safety check, ensuring basic supplies are available, collection of prescriptions, and ongoing shopping service, befriending and visits to help with heavier housework tasks. I think it's a really important service. And alongside this, the HSCP has been supporting work to increase availability of community hospital beds to support the health and care of people who no longer need the acute services of Forth Valley Royal, but still need medical support before going home to intermediate care or to a care home of their choice. I'm pleased to say work progressing on the joint loan equipment store. It is a vital service, critically important to enabling people to live at home safely and to maintain their independence. As some of you will know, and I've mentioned it before, my mother has been unwell on and off over the past few years. The equipment provided to her promptly on discharge, which included, for example, a bath aid, made a fundamental difference to her life, her recovery, and made us as a family feel more confident that she was safe. I look forward to seeing further developments. Finally, the annual report, and Patricia's mentioned it, really is a great read. It really illustrates the huge amount of work across health and social care over the last year, identifying challenges and illustrating the work through some really excellent case studies. I think it's a big document, and I think the 4-page summary will be really interesting to read. We will come out of this pandemic at some point. I'm hesitant to even try and guess when, but I know we'll come out of it. It will be with services that will fit for the future, that help people not only with their health and well-being, but being as independent as possible and connected as part of their communities. There is no amount of thanks we can really say that will really account for the scale of effort of those working in health and social cares in all roles and across all sectors in our communities and by families and unpaid carers. So again, thank you, Patricia, for you and your team for all your work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Colley, for your input. And I think we all echo the sentiments about the wonderful work that's been done. Many people don't really realise exactly the work that has been done, and could extend, I'm sure everybody extends our best wishes for your mother for future health. Okay, then, is there anybody else would like to come in? As we say, it's for noting, but has anybody got any questions to Patricia in relation to the report? I see a hand up here. Councillor Goldie. You're on mute, sir.
Well, it's not a question, but I think I'm going to say something that I'm sure the whole council will support, because I know that Patricia Cassidy will be obviously very aware of the news last night on the television about waiting times in Forth Valley Royal. And whilst that is a concern for us, I would like to say to her that even though the public are concerned about that locally, everyone that I speak to about it still stands foursquare behind the staff up at the hospital. So rest assured that we know you'll get to the bottom of it, we know it'll improve, but we still support you entirely. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Before I bring in Councillor Bissett, could I maybe go back to Patricia on that what Councillor Goldie has said, see if you want to respond in any way to that.
Thank you, Councillor Goldie. Yes, we are experiencing significant and persistent pressure across the whole health and care system, particularly on the acute hospital site. And we're working very closely with Cathy Cowan, the Chief Exec, and other colleagues to do what we can to support the flow, particularly out of hospital, for people who need care, and to help support preventing people being admitted if we can actually care for them appropriately in the community. It is an ongoing challenge, and there is a lot of dedicated work going on within Forth Valley Royal and across the two partnerships, but it does continue to be very challenging. But I really welcome the support from Councillor Goldie and other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. I would like to echo the comments already made. I think there's a wonderful job being done overall, given the tough circumstances we've been in, the pandemic and the financial cuts to services. I think what's been delivered is phenomenal, really. And I just wonder how much more could have been done if we hadn't had the cuts. And maybe that will change in the future. You never know. I'm really just, I can't thank Patricia and her team enough for the work that they do. And I'd like to thank Fiona for the good work that she does on the IGB and the Health Board. I think she communicates back to the council in an excellent way, and she's always gives a very well balanced approach. So I thank her for that. I'm glad to see that the joint loan equipment service is being reviewed. I think that's long overdue, and I'm sure we can rationalise that and make it a bit more effective for people. But no, just to say thanks very much for the work done, and just to say that my son recently changed career and he became a support worker. Unfortunately, seems to be putting in an awful lot of hours, but I'm told that's what some people do at the beginning. They put in an awful lot of hours and then they kind of back off a wee bit. But I wonder, for him, it's a wonderful change, and he wishes he had done it earlier, and he's trying to encourage more and more people to go into the caring profession. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Can I just thank Patricia for the report? It's a very important report, as many people have said previously, which covers a vast range of areas. And during the past year of this pandemic, Falkirk Council staff and our partners have worked extremely hard to deliver the service and support required. There has been times, Provost, when it's been very overwhelming for Patricia and the team very overwhelming, and through their commitment and effort, they've managed to so far get through that. And I just hope that in the months to come, with these new variants appearing all the time, that any support that we as elected members can give Patricia and her team, that it will be there. And on a personal note as well, Provost, there is times where some residents have been missed regarding or need assistance from Patricia's team, Patricia and Sarah's team, and without any hesitation, both parties are there to help and give support to these families. So on behalf of them, Provost, I thank Patricia, and I'll thank Sarah when she comes on for her report, but Patricia and her team, it's a very important job that they do. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. It's Councillor McCluskey, and then we'll go to the leader. Councillor McCluskey.
Thanks, Provost, for letting me in. There's only 13 pages to this report, and this area is a very impressive report when you look at it. Now, we know how the excellent councillors we've got on the boards, Fiona and that, and we know the excellent officers, but it is worrying to me, and for years I've sadly had to lay back and depend on the expertise of the councillors with knowledge in the health, and because it's certainly no my forte, and as I say, so we rely on their expertise and representing us. But when I look at page 323 and I see obviously efficiently savings, and we see that 3/4 of the page is coloured red, you know, that is worrying to me, you know, and we see like the figures to be confirmed in that. Now we see in the report they would like the council to contribute 300,000, but we didn't understand what the figures are going to raise, and it's worrying.
Sorry, Councillor McCluskey, you're ahead of yourself. You're on item 10 at the moment in relation to that.
Oh, sorry, right. I'm on item 10. All right.
But we're in item 8 at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I've went too far. I apologise.
No problem. We'll bring in Councillor Miko John now. Thank you. You can get back in, John, when it comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to be very brief because I think my colleague Councillor Cawley said it all in relation to the depth and the breadth of the work. But I really did want to emphasise that and make sure that people do recognise the work of the Health and Social Care Partnership. They've been under significant pressures and continue to be under more so significant pressures just now in relation to the meeting the needs of the pandemic and the winter pressures, and indeed helping and supporting our colleagues in health, and probably more so than perhaps is fully recognised, just because of the very challenging circumstances that we're in. And we're not alone in Forth Valley. I mean, there's a number of health boards under similar pressures as well, but we do have a very good, strong Health and Social Care Partnership and a hugely dedicated staff. That while they've been doing all of that frontline work, and I would also emphasise that frontline work has been carried out not just by those employed in the front line, but those that are doing their day job are also supporting the front line at other points when they're available. But Patricia has managed during the pandemic to take forward elements of transformation and in service improvement, and that has been no mean feat in being able to do that. And I think that we really should recognise that. And sometimes the savings that we're asking them to make will be challenging, but sometimes those savings will help that transformational journey in going forward. But I think it's important to recognise that the improvements within the service and the transformation of the service all are very, very difficult. And that great leadership and that leadership across the IIB and the Chief Officer. And as a council, I think we should continue to do all that we can to support the work that's been carried out there and to ensure that the welfare of staff is maintained as much as we possibly can. And I know that that's difficult, but I just wanted to emphasise that to council that you know, we have a supportive role as well, and we should continue to make sure that we do support the work that's been carried out there. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks for your input. We're going to go lastly to Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. It's just to touch on the news last night about the A&E waiting times. I had a daughter-in-law who worked in A&E at Forth Valley. She's no longer there, she's moved on, but she worked there for a number of years. And I knew from speaking to her the pressures they were under constantly, day in, day out, every shift they did. And maybe you see these news reporters, they're quick to report on waiting time or poor waiting time stats in A&E. Maybe someone should shadow an A&E nurse on a 12-hour Saturday night shift when these women or men don't get a break. They're working through under extreme pressure. And it's just sad that they're quick to report on poor stats without going in and looking at the pressure these people are under. Thanks, Provost.
No, I think we'd all agree with you. So, members, have we agreed that report then? Agreed. Thank you. Now, that is a minute to 1. We're breaking for lunch now, and we come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Provost.
Have been made, lessons have, however, been learned. Partnership working has been strengthened, and there have been a number of achievements. Social work has never been more challenged, nor has it, in my opinion, ever been as important as in these last 20 months. A challenge throughout for the social work service has been the need to respond to the pandemic-related pressures whilst working towards recovery and amongst a really busy, changing policy and legislative landscape. In section 1 of the report, Provost, I've highlighted the role of the Chief Social Work Officer, and I go on to provide a summary overview of the committees and the groups across the Council, Partnership and Health and Social Care Partnership that I have responsibilities to. I outline how these groups adapted to respond to the pandemic and their key achievements. At section 1.5, I outline how the Public Protection Chief Officers Group, chaired by the Chief Executive, merged with the Stirling and Clackmannanshire Chief Officers Group. A specific COVID-19 remit and dedicated risk register were developed early to ensure that our collective leadership focus, assurance and scrutiny was on the right areas such as staffing levels, changes in demand, capacity to protect children and adults, the importance of information sharing, resilience and domestic abuse. The Scottish Government introduced a weekly data set for both child and adult protection, and this was reported to every meeting. The Forth Valley Chief Officers Group is continued in December 2020 with consensus reached that the construct had been suitable during the height of the pandemic, but a return to local Chief Officers Group allowed for deeper scrutiny and assurance at a local level. And we knew that local focus was needed because the data that we were scrutinising at the Chief Officers Group was illustrating increasing demand, and we were anticipating that that increasing demand would be sustained. 1.6 to 1.8 provide an overview of the critical work undertaken by the Falkirk ADP, Child Protection Committee and Adult Protection Committee. Working together to support the most vulnerable in our communities was a key consideration of our public protection strategic groups. Communication and engagement strategies were developed to strengthen the public's awareness of how to report concerns. A new COVID-19 guidance was developed to support our workforce to operate safely and to ensure that vulnerable children and adults were seen. The social work chart team was a really important development in 2021, and it's outlined at section 1.14. This was established as a test of change to respond to the pandemic and support residents and staff working within care homes. The team have a central role in gathering and monitoring intelligence from the 32 care homes across Falkirk, as well as through local engagement processes with care homes on a daily basis. The information that was gathered proved pivotal in understanding the support needs of the care homes and putting in place the appropriate support when it was required. Section 2 of the annual report outlines service quality and performance specifically relating to the statutory responsibilities of the Chief Social Work Officer, but it doesn't seek to replicate the detail that members will see via our other governance forums throughout the course of a year. Information about the number of guardianship orders in place, adult protection referrals, support for carers, community payback orders and other matters can be found within this section. At section 2.17, my statutory responsibility to publish an organisational duty of candour report is fulfilled, and this year we present a nil return. Section 3 of the report provides a brief overview of social work budgets and the challenges within. The section then develops to summarise the important transformational work underway in children's services, social work and adult social work to ensure that our services and our workforce are sustainable, fit for the future and operate at an optimum to support people to have better outcomes. Workforce planning and development is presented at section 4. Justice, children and adult social work services are reporting concern about recruitment and retention of experienced registered social workers. Teams are experiencing churn, which is really challenging for managers and colleagues alike. Given the rising demand for social work service and the increasing complexity of the work, experienced social workers are under growing pressure because of the skill that they bring to assessment and intervention. We are attracting newly qualified registered social workers to Falkirk, and they bring with them fresh perspective, enthusiasm and are a really valued part of our workforce. There is need to have balance in the social work skill set, and we must be in a strong position to retain our experienced staff by being an employer who offers competitive pay, career development and progression opportunities. Various strategies are being developed for our local requirements, and the issue has been highlighted nationally, as this is a broader issue across Scotland and one which requires immediate attention. Recruitment within the care home workforce, as you heard from Patricia earlier, is also proving very challenging, and an array of different approaches are underway to attract people to social care in Falkirk. Although learning and development opportunities for staff have moved largely online and there was disruption in the initial weeks of lockdown, our commitment to offering quality opportunities to our workforce and partners continues, and we receive really good feedback about our training offer. The impact of COVID-19 is presented within section 5 of the annual report, but the entire report, all sections of it, are set against a backcloth of the pandemic. The significant impact of the coronavirus on our communities, workforce and services has been substantial. Sadly, there have been many losses of life, and the impact of loss will have long-lasting impact on many. The trauma in our communities is reflected in our workforce, who are part of our communities, and our need to be trauma-informed as a whole system is a priority that's currently in firm focus. Workforce wellbeing is detailed within section 5.2. Our teams continually highlight the need to sustain team cohesion and how important it is to have opportunities to come together as a whole team. We've taken time to explore compassionate leadership and sustainable wellbeing initiatives. We've learned that there's no one-size-fits-all to supporting our staff. We must continue to offer a range of supports in a range of different ways, continue to listen to them and really hear what people need, both individually and collectively. Section 5.8 provides an overview of the support line that was put in place for families and children in Falkirk during the first lockdown. This was developed really quickly to meet need, and it was evident of that emerging need from our analysis of data. That's just one example of so many of the really great partnership we have with our third sector colleagues to collaborate and create. Section 5.9 summarises how our justice service workforce and partners rose to the challenge of the pandemic. Meetings moved online, and where necessary, service users were seen in person. Priorities during the year were focused on maintaining a level of service delivery to those subject to community orders and licences, whilst working to adapt our methods of delivery to enable us to operate during the pandemic. The service worked in partnership with our community justice partners. Services were commissioned to ensure individual needs were best met, all within the restrictions that we were subject to. This report covers the period 2021, and I conclude my presentation of my annual report by recognising that the challenges and pressures that have been outlined in this report have continued into this year. We are seeing the impact now of pent-up demand stemming from lockdown. The social work front door is revolving, with individuals and families requiring support for the first time, but their needs being more complex than we would typically see at the initial stage of referral. Our capacity is stretched. Like every other workforce, we're impacted by the need for people to isolate on occasion. Staff need to use their leave to rest, and we still operate from home and workplace to keep people safe. Additionally, as outlined earlier, we have vacancies that we're working hard to fill, and suitable workforce capacity is currently under consideration. I hope this report suitably reflects the dedication of Falkirk's social work and social care workforce across the entire sector. They continue to go above and beyond and demonstrate professional integrity and such commitment to the people that we work alongside, and I am really thankful to them. Provost, the recommendations are set out at section 2 of the cover report, and Council is asked to note the contents of the Chief Social Work Officer's annual report attached at Appendix 1, to agree to its onward submission to the Scottish Government and to the Integration Joint Board, and to acknowledge the commitment, skills and experience of social work staff in continuing to deliver high quality services during an unprecedented year. And I'm happy to take questions that members may have, and I am joined by my colleague Martin Tom from the Health and Social Care Partnership to assist me to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, and I think we all appreciate the tremendous work that's been done by the staff. I'm going to go to the portfolio holder first. Councillor Colley, any comments on the report? I'm sure you will have.
Yeah, as usual, I do have a few comments. I think every year when I read Sarah's report, I'm simply blown away. It's from vital child and adult protection, helping families with challenges, supporting disabled children and their families, providing care leavers and looked after children with the best service possible, and seeking improvement and new ways to transform services. The breadth and depth of social work services and the efforts of our staff is simply breathtaking. And all of that in the back this year, and the most of last year as well, in the backdrop of a pandemic, which creates a significant challenge. It's all the more impressive. I've talked a little bit about the huge effort in adult health and social care in the earlier IGB report, so I won't repeat myself, but I'd like to draw out a few examples from the wider social work services. With extra funding, the ADP has been able to increase weekend service coverage for the hospital addiction service, implement a new referral pathway from the emergency department, increase provision of naloxone on discharge, and increase training on frontline staff in its use and on signs of drug overdose, and provide 3-year funding for our recovery community, and much more. We've all had the opportunity to meet and discuss in member briefings around, particularly around drug deaths, and it's definitely a shared objective to improve the lives of people affected by substance misuse. So it's very heartening to see the progression. To be alert to the needs of children, young people and their families early, there was an investment in both an initial response team and an information line for families, providing early support, information and intervention to families getting the right help at the right time. Staff have continued to progress closer to home with, for example, working on further accommodation support for care leavers, developing a single referral pathway for family support, and make it easier for families to offer kinship care by aligning supports, training and assessment with that of foster care. And close to my own heart, investing in the carer strategy and supports for carers and young carers, including providing urgent respite to support carers to have a break, providing PPE for carers, and funding the carer centre, who, as you will see on page 29, have supported hundreds of carers with assessment, health and wellbeing sessions, grants and care with confidence support. And section 4 of the report talks of investing in our workforce, ensuring that there are placements for students and that they are fully supported, providing increased support and learning opportunities for newly qualified social workers, offering support and sponsorship for further academic study, and in supporting employees to achieve their SQAs, and a whole raft of opportunities for continuous learning and development across all staff groups in social work and social care. Whilst talking about our workforce, the pandemic is not without cost to our workforce well-being, and this will remain a critical and a vital element to continue to support as the report discusses. We must recognise and pay tribute and say thank you for the huge effort of our staff and the staff of partners across sectors, including unpaid carers, in delivering support to people across all of our communities. As a final point, I think we've all watched the news in Solihull and regarding Arthur Lavinia Hughes. I think it's worth at this point just saying how critical that work is and how much we appreciate the work of the staff in child protection and those working across our voluntary sector partners. And I think it's really heartening to hear from Sarah the work around strengthening child protection and strengthening our child protection committee. And I look forward to hearing more about that in due course. But I think I'll just finish by saying again, thank you to all our staff across social work services, and I hope you support the recommendations in the report.
Okay, thank you for your input. Councillor McCluckie.
Ray, thanks, Provost. In my shadow portfolio role, I was going to say a lot of these similar things, but the answer is I know how busy Sarah's been because I never got any of the updates. She was always going to go and write them out to me and send them out to me and that, and they were said to be beneficial to the group, but never arrived in the 6 months. So, but I'm now moved to housing. So if you've got any reports, if you could send them to Councillor Aitchison. But listen to Fiona Colley, a lot of positive messages there. I just wish that I could have knew all them before so that I could have commented also. But I know who busy the staff is and who essential the service is. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McHugh.
I'd like to second Councillor Colley's moving off this report. That's a very, very important report. And yes, we do know how under pressure our staff are. I think poor comments there. Anyway, I'd like to echo Fiona's comments there about the staff, about the service, about what they've been under. We cannot understand unless you're in that service the brutal reality that this pandemic has brought right across our district and across our country. And these workers are in the face of that day in and day out, and also having to possibly have hardships within their own homes. So I can't say thank you enough and appreciate enough the staff and all the support staff right across that service. Everyone is working remarkably hard and remarkably well. Some of them having to self-isolate due to things happening within their own homes. You know, we've been hearing on and it's been recorded, you know, due to lockdown, the upsurge in abuse that some families have received. Some families have lost loved ones, and our social service staff has to deal with that day in and day out, and it's very, very difficult. And I'm glad that we're looking at trauma, and our staff hopefully will have the opportunity to do some trauma training to support themselves first and foremost, because I've always said, how can you support others when you're struggling yourself? So our focus needs to be on strengthening our staff within social services. And I just like to say that I appreciate every single one of you within there, and thanks, Sarah, for this report.
Thank you for your input, Councillor. I'm sure we all agree with what you came forward with there. It's Councillor Murtagh now. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. And obviously crossing over with many of our portfolios with Fiona's, Adana's and my own in public protection, and reflected in just the breadth and depth in what Sarah is reporting here. I don't think any of us can feel to be moved by you know, what our staff have faced. Fiona mentioned the recent very tragic case that I think brings at home to us how affected even ourselves as individuals must be when staff are aware of the consequences and the obligations that they're under. I don't think that can be overstated in terms of the importance of the job that they're doing, but the impact that it must have on all of them in discharging their duties. So I think it's not a hollow thank you. It's not it's a very much a warmly felt thank you to all our staff. From a justice services point of view, I mean, it's like all services, the adaptations that staff have had to undertake, be fleet of foot, be not only change once, change twice, but continue to adapt and change throughout in the face of staff problems with the same self-isolation that we've all faced, but obviously the restrictions to the operation of, for example, the unpaid work teams going out. These have been challenges which have been adapted to in some of the details outlined in the report, and it's very welcome. And I think that what I would like to say really is that like echoing Adana's words in terms of the trauma-informed response, it was brought up earlier on in the police report about the importance of how we work together in partnership. That's embedded throughout this report, that particularly our understanding of a trauma-informed approach within justice services links back into that same trauma-informed approach in children's services, in all forms of social work and adult protection, child protection, and that we need to embed that throughout all of what we do within social work. And it's really welcome to hear the emphasis that Sarah has placed on that, and that our teams are working hard on that. It can often be hard for us to talk about the need for that when it comes to justice services and the focus that is often given on criminal justice and offenders, without, that once people are adults, they're no longer entitled to the same compassion for their adverse childhood experiences and their trauma that they've gone through. And that does none of us any good in terms of preventing what is within our communities in terms of the challenges they face. So I thank all of our staff again, but also welcome some of the focuses within the report that are reported on, and again to echo the remarks of my previous colleagues. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for your input there. I believe Councillor Kerr wanted in.
Thank you, Convener. Like I mentioned in the previous report by Patricia, I'd just like to thank Sarah and her team for this report. And like colleagues, I've paid tribute to our own staff and the staff of our partners. And I would just like to thank, on behalf of our group, Sarah and the rest of the team for the work that they've done and continue to do. And when I've asked for support, help and support for some of my constituents, Sarah and Martin have came to the front and supported me in that. So on behalf of them, I really appreciate that, Sarah. And as colleagues have said previously, Provost, this is a very important report, and it's a part of the council that is growing year on year, and I'm glad that Fiona mentioned the young gentleman who sadly has passed away. A very harrowing experience for him and the outer core of the people who were his family. And I'm glad that Fiona mentioned the unpaid carers who are invaluable to this community, to our communities. My wife was one of them, with her mother, and the work that they put in for the sake of love is incredible. So they have to be commended, highly commended, Provost. And I'd just like to finish with thanking Sarah for the report, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another Councillor Goldie's next, followed by Councillor Bissett. Thank you, Councillor Goldie.
You're on mute, Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I would like to associate myself, Provost, with all the comments that have been made. And we see tragedies every day. But that last week on the television with a young lad down in England was, we'll remember that all our lives. And I say this, and I know that the people are doing flat out everything they can do in all our communities, whether it's Falkirk or not. But we have to double up to ensure that there's no more of that happening in our area, at least. We've got to make sure that the children that we're looking after and the children that we have to get involved in. And I know people are stressed to the max with hard work, but I'm sure they will make sure nothing like that can happen in our area. But the other thing in my role as the older people's champion, Provost, I would like to see this in all honesty, and I've been around since 1980, so I actually qualify as an older person. We all genuinely support the carers, and we support the people who are unpaid carers, and we all know them, and we've all said that. But what I would like to see, Provost, this year, instead of cuts and money going to carers and cuts going here, cuts going there, cutting the times that carers have when they're going to see their constituents, let's make this the year that we say for once, let's put a wee bit more extra money into that system, and let's see what we can do and resist cuts no matter where they come from on the caring issue. That's one that we should all be able to do. So I would ask that everybody bears that in mind, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, sir. Councillor Bissett now, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to thank Sarah and her team for yet an excellent report. It covers a multitude of topics, and I don't know who it would be without social work, really. I think the death of young Arthur Abinjo Hughes really touched me, actually, and I think, as Councillor Goldie says, we'll remember that all our lives. I think it was such a tragedy, and I'm just so glad we have child protection services in place doing their best for the young children. Long may that continue. The support for unpaid carers is quite remarkable as well. You know, I think that the figure, 833 new carers came on board. I mean, I think we're seeing more and more of that where, like as Councillor Kerr says, out of love, people are helping one another, and hopefully that will continue as well. I think the community's rallied round in the pandemic to try and help one another, like perhaps the communities used to do of old. I would just like to ask on adult support protection, 2019-20 to 2020-21, the referrals went from 576 to 805. I just wondered specifically why that was, and I wonder if you perhaps touch on the work that you do in the prison service and how you support addicts or former addicts that leave the prison service, and we certainly, or leave custody, we certainly know that leaving prison, you can fall back into drugs, and some of them overdose because they've not been used to the level up drugs that they used to could take before, and they tend to take too much and they overdose. So I just wonder if you could maybe touch on the support, the work in the prison and the support given to addicts or former addicts leaving the prison, and maybe touch on the referrals. But I really greatly thank you and the staff for the work that you do, and just can't thank you enough, to be honest. And I really hope financially we can continue to support and maybe increase support if we possibly can in these difficult times. I know that's hard, but such an important service, really. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Paul.
Sarah, thank you, Councillor Bissett, for your input. Sarah, would you like to come back on those issues that
Yes.
Councillor Bissett brought up?
Yes, absolutely, Provost. Happy to. I'll respond to the question in particular around adult protection referrals from Councillor Bissett, and I think perhaps Martin Tom, who's the chair of our EDP, would like to respond to the second question. Councillor Bissett, we have been making sure that we've kept really close monitoring of our referral activity. That's standard through Adult Protection Committee, that we look at the data around our referrals and investigations and the protection plans that are put in place as a result. So we too were interested to see that particular increase from what's presented to you within the report at 2.3, showing that increase from 2018-19 to 2020-21. However, if you actually look at the investigation rate hasn't actually increased terribly much. So ultimately, the committee's consideration of this, and also the additional consideration that this had at the Public Protection Chief Officers Group, was really around a point of satisfaction that people knew to raise concerns, to raise a referral in the first instance, if there were concerns around the need to protect an adult, and that all of the referrals that were raised were all given due consideration and appropriately taken forward to investigation, or perhaps signposted to different types of services. So I think the kind of interesting point is, yes, an increase in referrals, not necessarily much of an increase in terms of actual investigation. So I did point out throughout the report just the importance over 2021, when we had 2 lockdowns, of being really careful to ensure right across public protection and working jointly as a Forth Valley group to bring all of our collective leadership to ensuring that we were promoting through radio campaigns, leafleting through the Supporting People service directly to people's homes, awareness raising about protecting people when doors were closed and people weren't out and about as much, and some services weren't operating at all. So with our support from police bringing forward referrals, and referrals coming through our care homes and from the public, we would have expected to see an increase in referrals over that period because of the activity that sat behind it. So hopefully that helps an understanding of the activity there. And
thank you.
Perhaps Mark would like to pick up the second question.
Okay, Mark.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Provost. In relation to prisoner healthcare services, they're still provided by the NHS. There is a very strong focus on addiction treatment within prison, and actually there's a really strong process for people leaving prison, whereby people are referred straight away into community-based services. So in theory, nobody should leave prison and not be in treatment straight away. In Falkirk, we've expanded the provision around CGL to provide additional outreach services, and we've actually just recently invested some additional money into that because we've seen our increase in demand for addiction services as well. Occasionally that system does break down and we learn from those reviews. I have to say in Falkirk we haven't had any failures in communication between the prison service and our local providers. So people in the main are picked up on the day of discharge by services and they're prescribed straight away. So nobody in theory should resort to illicit drug taking upon release. I guess for me, that's why it's so important that the work of CGL in terms of their outreach is really invested in, because it's quite difficult to engage some people in treatment as soon as they get their liberty. So we really proactively target those people to bring them back into treatment so that we don't lose them. Hopefully that gives you some assurance. And we're always learning though, and we have recently established a review group that looks at non-fatal overdoses and drug-related deaths, so that any learning we can quickly implement change in our service provisions. And that work's constantly evolving our services. So it's a work in progress. Unfortunately, we still see high numbers of people leaving prison dying as a result of overdose, but we are hopeful that our new changes to services will actually actively encourage people to stay in treatment when they leave. I'm happy to give you more information about those aspects specifically. If that would be of interest to anybody, I could actually get some input for elected members, similar to the workshop that we did, focusing on drug-related deaths, looking at that whole pathway for the prison population, if you think that would be helpful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Now an opportunity, Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to add my thanks to Sarah and Martin and Fiona Colley and all the teams. I know in Grangemouth we've been working closely with the teams at the food bank, but this is now an appeal should be going out to be good neighbours. This is the time for everybody to help the social work department. Our home carers and home visitors are extremely stretched at the moment. And there's loads of things people can do to help, like get prescriptions. I know we've delivered thousands of prescriptions. And what you identify there is that a lot of people can't get food, and you can get ready meals to them and lots of different things. Even if it's making extra soup and handing it in next door. But the general public and the communities can really greatly help our social services, especially at this stretched time. So, Provost, I would recommend maybe a message goes out, you know, let's all band together here, and especially at Christmas, to help our senior citizens and people that need care. And if we can all take an active part in promoting this and helping our volunteer section to help the people in need in our communities, now's the time to do it.
Okay, I think everybody echoes your sentiments, Councillor Spears, and there's so many groups, organisations and individuals out there that are working tirelessly in our communities, as you'll know yourself, with the groups and organisations in Grangemouth. Every year the Provost puts out a message, so does the council leader, and part of my message this year is exactly what you're talking about, because although there's a strong resilience out there to what's been happening, there is so many unsung heroes out there that we'll never hear of that's doing the type of work that you're looking for. But I'm sure that the message will get out to communities, and I'm sure that the people out there will still volunteer for the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you very much for that, sir. Now, I think that's all the questions. I think it's an opportunity, because this was in terms of the standing order, this report was only for noting, and it was open for discussion. I think let's have a very frank discussion. Come back to you, Councillor Cole. Have you anything to say to wind up? Are we just happy to note the report and congratulate the hard work that this service is doing all over the area?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably not much more to add. I think just adding to yourself and Councillor Spears' point about how much our communities have been doing and how important their role is as well. And I did mention earlier on a food train has been a new project that has been developing in Falkirk. And a number of organisations are actively recruiting volunteers. So I think, you know, getting the word out about, you know, there's real opportunities to really help people in your own communities, whether that's one-on-one or as part of a group.
Correct. Okay, so we agreed to note the report, everybody? Agreed? Thank you very much. That takes us to item 10 on your agenda, which is IGB Business Case 2022-23, and the report and summary will be by Mr. Brian Smale and the recommendations contained within. Thank you, Mr. Smale.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon. There's just a short cover report, Provost, designed just to bring out for Council's particular interest elements that they may wish to particularly focus on, and they're set out in section 4 under considerations. This business plan has already been considered by the member budget working group recently as a precursor to this meeting. So I'll stop there, Provost, and give the floor over, with your agreement, to my colleagues from the IJB who will speak to the detailed report that sits behind it.
That's fine. Thank you very much, then. Is it Patricia and Gillian?
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to hand over to Gillian Thompson, who's our Chief Finance Officer, to introduce the full report. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Good afternoon, everybody. The preparation of a business case is a key requirement of the integration scheme to determine the funding contributions from both Falkirk Council and NHS Forth Valley. The business case was presented to the IJB on the 19th of November, and some of the figures within have moved on a bit since then, and I suspect they'll move on again tomorrow when we have more clarification and confirmation around the budget. As it stands at the moment, there is a £2.9 million gap that has been identified in relation to adult social care services. In arriving at that position, it assumes that any ongoing pass-through allocation from the health portfolio to local government will be transferred to the IJB in full. It also makes an assumption that a funding contribution of £300,000 will be provided by Falkirk Council. Clearly that's subject to negotiation and agreement. If that funding contribution is not agreed, obviously that would increase the funding gap to £3.2 million, and that's what's been highlighted in the cover paper that Brian referred to. At the moment, the IJB has identified high-level savings proposals amounting to £2.4 million. Obviously, that would leave a further balance of 500k still to be identified to fully address the 2.9 million gap. That would increase to 800k if that 300k funding allocation from Falkirk Council is not agreed. The savings proposals are a combination of cash releasing initiatives and income generation proposals. I would ask Council to note that any income generation proposals would ultimately require to be approved by the Council as opposed to the IJB. And the proposals that have been put forward reflect a standard uplift to non-residential service charges. That's normal practice. There's an annual inflationary uplift, but there's also a range of potential new charges that could be introduced. In terms of the actual cash releasing proposals, further work is underway to refine those proposals before they'll be submitted to the IJB. However, as it stands at the moment, I think Council members have already recognised that the vast majority of the savings proposals that have been put forward are considered high risk. I think that reflects the uncertainties in the operating environment that we're experiencing at the moment. We have been facing significant and sustained operational service pressures, and that's across the entire local health and social care system. We're dealing with significant levels of unmet need and demand at the moment, and the impact of the COVID pandemic. So our ability to take 2.9 million to potentially 3.2 million out of adult social care budgets will be a challenge. There's also capacity issues given the service pressures that our staff are under at the moment, and a lot of the key personnel that would need to be involved in some of the review work to take forward some of the savings proposals. Obviously their focus at the moment is on COVID and on frontline services to ensure that care can continue to be provided and maintained safely. There may be some scope for an element of the savings plans to be bridged or part funded by the Scottish Government given the COVID impact. However, that is a high risk assumption at this stage as well, and that certainly hasn't been confirmed by the Scottish Government. There's actually a meeting tomorrow with Scottish Government representatives at 4 o'clock giving an update on the budget and COVID funding going forward. I understand that the paper is for noting today and that final decisions in relation to the budget will be late February, early March taken by Council. So in the meantime, I'm happy to answer any questions that Council members may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Councillor McCluckey's got his hand up and also Councillor Colley. So I think Councillor Colley first is I'm sure you'll appreciate that, John. We'll go to Councillor Colley first.
Go to the experts first, Mayor.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, John. I think we've talked a lot about the work led by the IJB and the challenges the partnership faces. We're at that point of the year of talking about the costs of providing care and savings and the council budget. I want to just touch on a few points. I think identifying savings within the IJB is not easy. I know this is the case for the rest of the council too, but in the face of the huge challenges health and social care has in providing services during the pandemic and in recovering and remobilising, it is even more challenging. The number of savings in red, and John has highlighted that, and Gillian as well, clearly shows the level of challenge. There are some areas which require, as Gillian said, further investigation and work, including, but also there's some where savings could be made in terms of procurement of supplies and medications, so things that would not necessarily have impact on services, but additional work is needed to be able to develop those further. The pandemic continues to present significant challenges, and we don't know when those challenges will end. I think that's another point within this. There's also quite a lot of uncertainties at the moment in relation to what might come forward in terms of funding and support for social care and health within the IJB responsibilities. I hope we'll get a clearer picture what funding will be available when the budget is announced this week, is it tomorrow? But obviously, even when the budget's announced, there'll be quite a lot of time to be unpicking things, and also that discussion about COVID bridging funding. I think, differently from previous years, the agreement with the Scottish Greens brings some certainty to us all in the position that we're going to be in, and what will be needed in reality to achieve balanced budget. So we won't have that big gap that we've had in the past a few years in trying to work out what the position might be. The work on identifying savings and income generation is ongoing, but there's some proposals around income generation. For example, a nominal charge for garden aid to help mitigate costs could well be negated by administrative collection costs, so it wouldn't really be seen as best value, so not a viable proposition. So you'll note there's no amount allocated against them. Again, the increase in METS charges would also not be desirable. Officers have been asked to look at other funding streams to offset the additional cost of METS to cover the cost of SIMS. As you know, Falkirk was the first council in Scotland to go fully digital. Well done. Means we're ahead of the game in terms of others, but potentially there might be some funding that will come through that will cover some of the costs that have been invested. The inflationary uplift included in non-residential care services. We don't know at the moment what will emerge in relation to care charges as part of the National Care Service plans. So it would be prudent to have to wait until we have some clarity on this, and these are restricted to an inflationary rise. And on point 4.4, the IJB's requested a small contribution over and above the health and social care funding that's simply passed through from the council and the NHS. While I recognise the challenge and budget gap the council faces, I hope there will be consideration of this request. I hope the council will accept the recommendations as they are at the moment. Obviously, there's still work to be done, and we'll be coming back at a later date and understand that the work continues. So I think that's all I've got to say on that. Sorry.
Thank you very much for that again, for your input. And now you go to Councillor McCluskey, then Councillor Meikle-John.
Aye, thanks, convener, and thanks, Fiona, for adding that extra bit of information there. As I said, we rely on you a lot. This service obviously does great work, as we've said in the last couple of policies, and we rely on our expert staff and to do that work. And that's why I was saying it's the same on whether it's housing or anything else. Somebody put in the street, at the end of the day, you get an update to a councillor for an inquiry can wait. As I say, if there's important necessary work to do. But this report does worry me when I see the red. In a normal council report, we get officers and we ask to put it in layman's terms so that we can understand more fully the consequences of some of the measures that are being even looked at. And when it comes to people's health, it's actually more worrying, and as I say, is a subject that I know very little about. But when I see in the list here, primary care prescribing, as I said, review of non-medical prescribing for dressings, catarrhs or stoma, I mean, that's frightening. I don't know what it means. And review respiratory stuff, does that mean I'm not going to get inhalers? I mean, what? I mean, I've got 3 I use all the time. What could we not get a briefing to? I know that at the end of the day it's for the board, but as I say, could members look at the implications here? Because quite clearly they're asking for 300,000, and the reality is, if some of these impacts, as Councillor Goldie said earlier on, is Is it enough? Ken, what I mean, we have to understand what all these red status, dangerous things that we're looking at, or the board's having to look at because of financial pressures, the IGB, and we need that information as local members to understand the situation that could happen out there, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll ask Gillian if you want to come back in. Obviously, Councillor McClucky's got concerns in relation to the terminology that's been used and a lack of understanding. And I think maybe one or two feel the same. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe come in there and maybe explain more readily for members. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to do that, Provost, thanks. In terms of the health savings, if you like, that's been presented in the paper, I can provide you absolute assurance there would be no intention for inhalers not to be prescribed and so on. It is purely around the formulary and which inhalers would be prescribed and when and why. So there would be no intention to change what you already get from that. So that's just part of a review, a routine review that would be carried forward. There's still quite a bit of work to be done around the health savings in general. Their budget cycle is slightly later than councils, so they're still working that up. In terms of the reference to the other prescribing savings around stoma products and so on, that is purely just around the pricing. So at the moment, those are dispensed through community pharmacy, and there's a price schedule attached to them that the community pharmacy is reimbursed for. What we're looking at is actually, can we order them direct through the health board rather than them going through community pharmacy and get a slightly better price on them? So that's just an operational thing rather than any impact on patients. So just to provide reassurance on that. I think when the next paper comes forward, there would be a lot more detail around some of these schemes, but I certainly share your concern in terms of the level of the reds, which, as I say, I think reflects just that uncertainty and the significant pressures that we're facing at the moment.
Okay, I think that was highly beneficial, Provost, and thanks for that information. I feel far better, to be honest.
Okay, fine. Thank you for that, Gillian. You simplified it because I had a wee bit doubts myself in that issue. Councillor Meikle-John, thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost. Again, we really need to wait until we see what the outcome of tomorrow's budget statement is, and to take time to understand what that is and what is likely to flow through from the Barnett consequentials and come through health. Commitment is there, certainly from local government, to pass on all the Barnett consequentials to the IGB. But we also will have to take cognizance of the council's position and recognising that health and wellbeing is one of our priorities as well. We may well be faced with some difficult decisions coming forward in front of members. The number of reds was a concern, and I know that Gillian and I have had conversations around how realistic and achievable are those savings. And that is something that still has to be done and be brought forward. We also have to see what potentially might be coming through the COVID support and the remobilisation, remembering that our health and social care partnership aren't really in recovery yet. They're still in response mode, and see what might come through that to help mitigate the pressures that are being faced there. So that there is a huge amount of work to be done, and some real uncertainty around all of the finance in that area, and making certainly the next year and beyond, potentially further than that, somewhat unpredictable, and what is going to be able to be assumed for the future. But it would be a priority once we actually have a better indication to sit down with the IGB officers and have a discussion about what savings are achievable, what isn't achievable, and keeping it realistic. And as Councillor Colley's already said, the budget working group, there was some income generation around garden aid and increase of next charges, which we said was something we didn't want to see taken forward, and recognise that with the National Care Service, we don't know where things are going to be with social care charging. Therefore, maintaining the inflationary lift uplift, and that was the only level of increase that we would accept around the care charges right now, and that's in keeping with previous years. But absolutely recognise how difficult it is, but just to make members aware that it will be very difficult going forward and looking to create a balanced budget. We need to work with the IJB to get something that we're all comfortable with going forward. But thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. Councillor Meikle-John covered off some of the points I was going to raise, but I presume the income generation, that's going to come forward at the budget proposals in next year. So I've been thinking about the previous report on social work and on this, the good work of the IGB as well. Just as a concern, and I know we've sent a response to the concerns we have on the National Care Service. So it is a concern that if it does go ahead and it's centralised, there is a concern that we might see a dilution of services, and I really hope that's not the case. I think we put a robust response in, and I really do hope it gets just consideration and that we do continue to provide these great services and we don't lose the local knowledge, and that in fact we make the services even better for us. Thank you.
I think that we all agreed at that meeting, Councillor Bissett, against the National Care Service. Councillor Gold, did you have your hand up, want to speak? You're mute. You're mute.
Yeah, I did, Provost. I basically, I really kind of follow out with a great deal that's been said, and Fiona Colley was right, and the fact that we were the first to get the fully digital services in. But it would be a bit ironic, you know, to put the prices up for MECs and for the people in the high flats, for instance, in Falkirk South, the majority of them on the Calendar Road. It would be a bit ironic to say, look, we want you to pay more money. Well, maybe we'll clean your windows and you can look out and see us spending £45 million down the high street on a theatre. But that's a kind of mute point. The point I would like to make, and I made it earlier, nationalisation, the Scottish Government wants things devolved down from Westminster, and well, eventually they are looking for independence. But then they didn't devolve powers and money down to the councils. They take it the other way. And that's a really odd situation, because we don't know really if we'll even be in charge of our own budgets. And I do wonder when we hear adult social care, as I just spoke about it earlier, as a major problem. It's going to be a major financial headache, as it always is. And I don't think in my time in the council, a social work ever met his budget, always overspent his budget. And that's understandable, because they're dealing with a position that changes every day. But the one thing I would say, and I know it's not just a plug for me, surely comes a time when the people like ourselves who represent community and people with Parliament, West Holyrood, or whether it's Holyrood or Westminster, there surely comes a time when we say enough's enough. There's no use throwing your hands up in horror and saying, oh, these things shouldn't be happening. Cuts lead to a worse service, a poorer health for a lot of people, and it could well and finish up causing people's death. And we're sitting here saying, well, not a great deal we can do unless the Greens support us in the Scottish Parliament. No good enough, Provost. And we've got to cut. There comes a time you've got to say enough's enough.
Okay. Well, I think that the opportunity for us saying enough is enough when we're dealing with all these items on agendas, and we have an opportunity to take decisions. Okay, then.
I just want to give you early warning.
Yep. Has everybody agreed then? Has everybody agreed to the report?
Agreed.
All agreed. Thank you very much for that, and thanks everybody for their input. That was very, very interesting as usual. That takes us now to item 11, but before we do that, it's 3 o'clock and we're going to have a 10-minute break. Now, the reason for these breaks is because of the fact is that it's been a long morning already. We've had a break of an hour for lunch, because we're not all sitting in the same place. It gives you an opportunity. It tells you medically that you should get up do some exercise, and you should be taken away from the screen periodically. So you've got 10 minutes for a periodically take away from the screen and comfort break. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. We're now back in business, and we're going to item 11 on your agenda today. It's appointment process for Chief Officer vacancies. The report is by our Chief Executive, and it's pages 326 to 330 on your agenda papers. Mr. Lawrie, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. This report requests delegated powers be given to the Appointments Committee to make appointments to the posts of Chief Finance Officer and Head of Infrastructure, Growth and Climate. The report also provides members with an update on the post of Director of Corporate and Housing Services. Members will be aware that the Chief Finance Officer will be retiring from the Council in March 22, as will the Director of Corporate and Housing Services. In addition, the Head of Planning and Economic Development, who is currently operating in the role of Acting Director of Development Services, will be stepping back down to his substantive role on the 9th of January with the arrival of the new Director of Place Services, and will after that be retiring from the Council also in March 2022. So these are three significant roles, Provost, at a significant time of change across all areas of the Council. And as any vacancy arises, particularly given the need for further transformational change and for us to respond to our budget challenges, due consideration must be given to whether the post required to be filled immediately, or whether there is any need for it to be changed or reviewed before doing so. So in terms of the three posts set out in this report, my proposal is that in relation to the Chief Finance Officer post, which ensures an effective and professional financial services and stewardship of our resources, and also is a statutory role under the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, it is essential that this post is filled forthwith. In terms of the Head of Infrastructure, Growth and Climate, which is the new role in the Place Services Directorate, which becomes vacant as a result of Douglas Duff's departure from the organisation. This post is considered essential in terms of a number of key services and transformational changes for the Council. And it's important that having set change in motion, that we ensure the full implementation of the Place Services structure. So again, Provost, looking for this post to be filled forthwith. With regards to the Director of Corporate Housing Services, again, it's an essential post within our structure. However, the Council has recently undergone a best value review. All members will be aware of that. I believe it is important that we give due consideration to the findings from the Accounts Commission and recommendations from Audit Scotland, and whether these in any way may impact on the role of the Director of Corporate Housing Services and the future focus of this post. So what I'm proposing is that recruitment to this post be paused briefly until the Council formally receives its best value audit report, and consideration is given to any implications for this role as we move forward. And the intention then would be to bring forward a further report to members with a recommendation in respect of this post early next year. So the recommendations, Provost, are that the Council delegates powers to the Appointments Committee to make appointments to the post of Chief Finance Officer and Head of Infrastructure, Growth and Climate on a permanent basis, and agrees to receive a further report on the post of Director of Corporate and Housing Services. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll go straight to the leader, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost, and I'll be as brief as the Chief Executive has been, recognising the time, and there is a lot still to get through. we need to recognise that a situation that's currently arisen was always a potential, just pure and simply because of the demographic of our workforce, that we could potentially have senior officers all go at around a similar time and choosing to retire. And I would just very briefly make time just to thank them all for the contributions over the years, because they've all provided that very valued work, certainly over the time that I have been within council. And there'll be more to say on that as we get closer to the appropriate time. It also does present an opportunity to us to refresh our senior management team and take on board some of the comments that are made in the best value report, but not wishing to put pressure on the existing staff. There is a need to progress things in a timely manner, just because we have such a cohort of senior management looking to leave all around the same time. Therefore, I would seek to progress all of the posts as quickly as possible, but recognising that our Director of Finance is a statutory position and needs to be progressed. Similarly, Head of Growth, Investment and Climate Change is a key position within the new structure, and it's significant, particularly right now with the investment zone, as we move to conclude our heads of terms around the growth deal and the more detailed business cases and delivery, that we have someone in post as quickly as possible. In relation to the Director of Corporate Services, the issues that have arisen within the best value report, I think it's right that we look at those and look at the focus of that particular role, recognising it is an essential role and a critical role to the council moving forward. Therefore, taking a bit of time to review that role is appropriate, because we need to very much focus around transformation, but I would also seek that be progressed as timeously as possible. Therefore, I'm going to move the following motion. Recommended to council that it delegates powers to the Appointments Committee to make appointments to those posts of Director of Corporate and Housing Services, Chief Finance Officer and Head of Infrastructure, Growth and Climate on a permanent basis, and agrees the Appointments Committee agrees a reviewed role, including job title, for the post of Director of Corporate and Housing Services prior to making arrangement for the appointments to the post. This would allow matters to progress and not hold up unnecessarily the post, particularly around the Director of Housing and Corporate Services. And that way we would minimise any significant gaps in having someone in that particular post, and recognising that we're going to have a number of new people into that senior management team. So with that, Provost, I've moved the motion, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes, you going to second?
I will formally second, Provost, and reserve the right to come back in if required.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask our officer who's going to share the motion on the screen for everybody. Okay, it's been emailed as well. Then I'll have to state quite clearly if Councillor Bissett would like some time to discuss it with his members, and also Councillor Kerr.
Yes, Provost.
So
maybe 10 minutes or so.
10 minutes. Councillor Kerr, are you the same?
Oh, that's fine, Provost.
10 minutes. Okay, then we'll catch you back at 3:30. Thank you very much, everybody. Is that your group all back, Councillor Bissett?
Aye, they should be, aye.
Right, I'm going to come straight back to you.
Thanks, Provost. We'll discuss it in detail, and we're just going to stick with the officer recommendations, Provost.
So that'll be an amendment. So that'll be your amendment. Have you got a seconder for that?
Yes, that'll be my amendment, and I'm sure somebody else second it.
I'll second the Provost.
Who's that? Councillor Blackwood?
Yeah.
For the record. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr. Have you got any further amendment at this stage?
No, Provost.
Okay.
Provost, could I ask a question?
Yes, indeed.
It might seem pernickety, but we've got two directors leaving who have given us a date, and there doesn't appear to be a date for the third director, the director of corporate housing services. Now, I'm not sure if he wants to get away at the same time as the rest, and if he does, if he's given a date, I don't know if that would maybe encroach on privacy, but does it mean the director of corporate and housing might not get away when he wants to be away?
Provost, this is identifying a single member of staff. Now, strongly urge Mr. Bodies, he's
right.
Mr. Alexander, no, Provost. Can I just clarify something? I'm reading for a report and I'm asking a question. There are two directors have given a date that they're going away in March. I am simply asking, has the other director who has intimated he wants to leave given a date? If he has given a date, will he be allowed to go on that date whilst the rest of the thing goes on? That's what I'm asking.
Excuse me, if we just hold on, we'll get a bit of clarity on that. We seem to be sort of diversifying away from the issue, but we'll ask for legal clarity. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. As I understand the question, it's in relation to the leaving date for the Director of Corporate and Housing Services. Yep. And looking at 3.3, paragraph 3.3 in the report, as I read it there, it says that he's intimated he will be retiring from the Council with effect from March 22, which I think is the same
date,
as the information for the Head of Infrastructure, Growth and Climate.
Thank
so
you for that
clarification.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Right, just to clarify exactly where we are with a motion by Councillor Meikle John seconded. We have an amendment by Councillor Bissett and seconded. Now going to open it up. We've already discussed with Councillor Kerr for his group and he says there are no further amendments. So we're going to open debate now. Anybody want to come in at this stage? Or do you just want to go to the vote? Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. The whole reason for adding the other one to be done as soon as possible is to save any gaps in that position. I understand what the Chief Executive is saying. However, I'm sure that over the period that it would take to employ somebody, any amendments could be done in that time. But to wait till the amendments are done and then start to employ somebody, you could be into June, July, maybe even later by the time we actually get somebody in that position. What we're trying to do is to avoid that gap. Hopefully you'll see the sense, our people will see the sense in what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Kerr.
Two questions, Provost. Probably for the Chief Executive. What would be the timescale with recruiting a Director for Corporate Housing? As we all know, the time it took to get Director of Place. That's my first question.
Mr. Laurie.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I think realistically, these appointments do take 2 to 3 months to fill. If you consider the need to bring together the relevant information, the advertising, the exercises that candidates would need to do before forming a short lead, and then officer and member interviews. So 2 to 3 months, I think, is realistic. And then, of course, what we have is the notice period or potential notice period of the successful candidate, which can also be, for example, another 3 months. So these processes can take quite some time. And certainly, I'd say there's no intention, absolutely no intention, to delay unnecessarily on any posts, because we need that capacity in the organisation. So the report was simply setting out the need for a brief review of that role before going out to advertisement for it.
Next question, Councillor Kerr.
All depends how this goes, Kenneth. What will be the interim arrangements?
I haven't finalised on interim arrangements at this stage. I guess for me, the critical first step was getting a decision from the council today. That then enables us to plan the schedule from here. That will then help us identify what gap, if any, there is likely to be for each of these posts, and therefore what interim arrangements might be necessary. So there's no definitive plan in place for that, but we're very conscious that there may be a need to think about interim arrangements given the potential gaps that will be, and that applies to each of the three posts.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCarthy's got his hand up.
Yes, convener, and just I know Councillor Bouse says that we would understand it. I don't understand it. So, what I would like to ken is when Douglas has gone back to his substantive post, at the time that he went up to acting director, that it was the same time as a senior roads officer retired, and there was about a dozen promoted posts, at least down there at the same time. So how does this work? If he goes back to his substantive post for a couple of months, does everybody fall back again and then maybe go forward again when Douglas leaves? How is senior management going to work down there for that period?
Thank you. Good question. Mr. Lawrie, would you like to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Provost. So when Douglas Duff goes back into his substantive position, those that were acting up into that position would then revert to their previous role. That follows automatically from that. The point I would make, of course, in relation to police services, is we're going through a change whereby the head of service roles are changing. So Douglas' substantive role is head of economic development and planning. The new role is growth, infrastructure and climate. So what we're doing is we're recruiting to that new post, but clearly there's going to be a period of a certain amount of churn because of the changes in that service. And of course, we are also finalising our recruitment to the head of Invest Falkirk position, and the appointments committee meets to do that the week after next.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Murtagh, followed by Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Provost. I mean, I am kind of confused as to why the motion is created controversy, because I think it is purely about trying to ensure the best level of continuity for the services in the council. We've spoken all day about how our staff all the way through the council and our related services have been under pressure through this entire time, and I think that, as the Chief Executive just mentioned, there's a significant amount of churn is going to happen, but what this motion puts forward is essentially to have the best chance at the best level of continuity, start a recruitment process, because recruitment processes can take some time. Heard from Chief Executive, that could be as much as 6 months before having somebody in place. So any delay on that while we decide on the post seems, would be putting even more pressure on staff who have been leading throughout this pandemic and, everybody down the chain. It seems just an eminently sensible thing, given that it's competent and it's possible, therefore, to start that recruitment process and then make necessary adjustments before appointment, which is entirely possible in recruitment, that's what we do, so that we can minimise the pressure on all of our staff from the very top to the very bottom, and make sure that everybody is supported throughout all those services. So I'm not sure what the difficulty is with that, or why others are saying they don't understand why that's come forward, and would think that that would be in the best interest of everybody. That's all I've got to say on the matter.
No, thanks for your input. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Provost. I have a question, and it's perhaps for Colin Moody. My question is, what is the role of the elected members vis-a-vis okaying a job title of a director and any change to the role of that director?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I think in the first instance, it's appropriate to refer to the role of the Chief Executive here, who is the statutory head of paid service, who has the role of making recommendations on the deployment of the senior staff and the chief officers, and making recommendations to Council or the Appointments Committee on how those posts are deployed and filled. But traditionally there has been a role for the elected members in agreeing those proposals, or considering those proposals at the posts which are at the most senior level, so the chief officer posts, and particularly the director posts, so the level below the chief executive. So I think there's nothing unusual in what is being proposed in either the recommendations in the report or the variation on that to be found in the motion from the administration. Both give a role to the elected members in taking a decision in relation to the revised remit which may be proposed for that director post. I think the only difference between the two proposals as to the decision maker is one for the Appointments Committee and one is in relation to the Council. There are other differences, I think, as well in relation to timing and the sequencing of the appointments process.
Thanks, Colin. That sort of answers my question, and that's exactly how I read the motion from the executive, in that the officers, correct me if I'm wrong, but the officers' recommendation brings any change to the Director of Corporate and Housing name or role back to Council, whereas the motion put by Cecil actually puts that straight back to the Appointments Committee, and in my view circumvents the Council. Just an observation asked by members of the administration what the difficulty was with the motion. I think that therein lies the difficulty, the circumvention of the full Council and passing any decision straight to the Appointments Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris, for your input. Councillor Alexander, you get the hand up, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to know from Mr. Harris just exactly how many jobs he's applied for where he's been interviewed by 30 people.
Aye, well, I don't think that's really relevant, Councillor Alexander.
Well, it's very relevant because Mr. Harris said that he's only different. What has been significant for him is that the one goes back to the Council, one goes back to the committee. It's specifically set up in a way that to speed things is specifically set up to ensure that it has balance, first of all, and secondly, it has the ability to put forward the names and as individuals who are qualified and who have been selected by the Appointments Committee to fulfil that post. Now, that strikes me as being very straightforward and very mature, rather than have the whole council mull over something that only 6 members or 7 members, 8 members, whatever, have had the detail, whatever detail that's required to make that appointment. So therefore, the comparison between that I made to exception to Provost is there, and it should be answered.
Okay, well, we'll maybe ask Mr. Harris if he wants to respond to that concern, Councillor Alexander. Mr. Harris, Councillor Harris, you're mute, sir.
Beg your pardon. I have a 19.1. I believe that Councillor Alexander has misconstrued entirely what I said. I was talking about the decision on the title or possible change of title and possible change of role. Nothing to do with the appointment of anybody. I'm talking about, and it came after my asking specifically what was the role of the council in the process vis-a-vis changing the title or role of a senior officer within the council. I got that question, and my comment about the change or proposed change, as is said in 2.1b, the report will come back to council, and that was all I was talking about, nothing to do with appointments. And it's irrelevant how many appointments committee I've been in front of and how many people actually have interviewed me.
I apologise to you, sir, for the clarification that you've given.
Thank you, sir. We'll go back now to Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Meiklejohn, want to wind up?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I really didn't think this would be controversial, but obviously, you know, we're stuck in this lack of progress, lack of decision making, lack of forward thinking, and you know, my concern goes back to section 4.4, where we would be expecting a report back following the review of the role and the job description for the Director of Corporate Services and the title in spring, which means that the appointment would not happen until we were into a new council into the autumn, and therefore that's why there would be a significant gap which would then have to be filled. And it was to avoid having that huge significant gap at a time when we have a number of changes coming into the senior management team and additional pressures. The appointments committee is all parties are represented there, and it's really disappointing that obviously colleagues can't trust their members on that appointments committee to be able to make the right decisions going forward, particularly a time that's very critical and a time of change, as we know that council will come into purdah at the end of March, and as a result things will be delayed until the new council and then beyond that as well. So perhaps, you know, some of those that haven't been involved in that aren't thinking that far ahead. That's my job partly as council leader, to think of those things and to make sure that the business is transacted as quickly as possible. But you know, again, some of the key things within their best value report was about the lack of decision making with this council, and this is yet another example. Lack of pace, another example. It's constantly delaying things, you know, which makes a bit of a nonsense of comments on a previous item about the SNP delaying things, considering the last 4 years. So I really thought this wouldn't be controversial. It was a practical way forward. The anticipated changes around the name, role and remit of the Director of Corporate Services aren't meant to be wide-ranging and broad, and I would have thought that that could have been remitted to those within the Appointments Committee and to be able to take that forward and do the work that they're tasked to do. And I'm just really disappointed that we have got stuck on this, just like everything else. And there's becoming a constant theme going. So, Provost, I'm happy just to move to the vote.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to the vote, Mr. Moody, could I just ask you just to clarify one point? The amendment that's came forward from the Labour group is to agree the recommendations from officers. Is that correct?
Yes, Provost, that's correct.
Okay, just to clarify that for everybody. Okay, Mr. Moody, you can take the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion has been displayed and circulated and is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Bowes, against which there is an amendment consisting of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the Chief Executive's report, moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Blackwood. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Binney.
A motion, please.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Abstain.
Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The motion.
Councillor Monroe.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Russell.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears.
The motion.
Provost, there are 14 votes for the motion. There are 14 votes for the amendment with 1 abstention. There's an equality of votes, and Provost, you have a second or casting vote in those circumstances.
Okay, then the casting vote I will use will be to support the amendment, which is actually the recommendations from officers.
When it comes, give me 2 minutes. Seriously, I'm just coming.
And that, in that case, Provost, the amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. That takes us to item 12, which is Boundary Commission for Scotland 2023 review of UK Parliament constituencies initial proposals. It's pages 331 to 339 on your agenda, and Mr. Lawrie will summarise the report and the recommendations contained within. Mr. Lawrie, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. So this report provides Council with an outline of the initial proposals for the UK parliamentary constituencies for the Falkirk Council area following the launch of the Boundary Commission for Scotland's public consultation. And what it endeavours to do is to gauge the views of Council for submission to the Commission as soon as it's practicable, noting that the consultation deadline is today, but that a short extension to allow submission of Falkirk comments until tomorrow has been granted. So the Boundary Commission for Scotland started its review in January. The objective, reducing Scotland's current 59 UK parliamentary constituencies to 57. The current arrangements, as members know, is that we have 2 constituencies, one comprising the Falkirk Council area, which comprises Falkirk entirely, and the other, which is Linlithgow and East Falkirk constituency, which is partly shared with West Lothian Council. What is clear is that the electorate within the Falkirk area is insufficient to justify 2 complete constituencies. So there is a necessity for at least 1 shared constituency. However, the proposals from the Commission split the council area across 3 constituencies. And I'll set out in paragraph 3.3. So the first of these is Forth Valley South, comprising wards 2, 6, 7, 8, 9 and parts of wards 3 and 5. The second is Linlithgow and Bathgate, which from the Falkirk area includes only Bowness and Blackness Ward 1. And the third is a mid-Forth Valley constituency, which contains all of Clackmannanshire, along with Ward 4 and parts of Ward 3 and 5. And what members are asked to consider is the implications of these proposals, taking into account the factors which the Commission is entitled to consider. And these are geographical considerations, including size, shape and accessibility, boundaries of council areas and electoral boards, local ties that might be broken, or any inconvenience attendant on the change. From an officer perspective, we have a number of comments. Firstly, I think it's regrettable to have the council area split across 3 constituencies. And it's noted that Stirling and Clackmannanshire council areas are preserved whole in these proposed arrangements. Secondly, I think the Mid-Forth Valley constituency raises some real issues in relation to its shape, in relation to local ties, and the splitting of 2 of the council's electoral wards. And it's certainly difficult, I think, to discern obvious local ties between the parts of the council area proposed for this constituency and Clackmannanshire. And the report does reflect the joining of Falkirk and Clackmannanshire was at one stage a consideration during the last local government reorganisation and was rejected on the basis of these 2 areas being distinct communities. In terms of elections, we've worked successfully with West Lothian Council in recent years in the context of the current arrangements. However, again, from an officer perspective, from my perspective as returning officer, the practicality of having 1 complete constituency and 2 shared constituencies, with Falkirk Council in effect giving away parts of its area to neighbouring authorities for election purposes, does increase the risks associated with the delivery of elections. And I think in the context of the current proposals, not least the potential for voter confusion. And a third observation, or further observation from an officer viewpoint, is that none of the proposed constituency names reflect Falkirk or any of its constituent parts. And one element which the council may wish to comment on are the proposed names for these constituencies. So members, I'm sure will have views on this matter in addition to or instead of those outlined above. I just complete my presentation by saying the report does set out the next stages of the consultation. This is not the end of the process, but also reflecting the fact that in submitting comments, the preference in terms of the consultation is that alternative options being put forward should present workable UK parliamentary constituencies reflecting recognised boundaries and ensuring continued partnership working across the Forth Valley area where possible. So the recommendations promised in front of the Council today are to note the initial proposals and the implications, which are not exhaustive, as outlined in the body of the report, and also to consider whether to accept the proposals or to make representations to the Boundary Commission for Scotland within the timescale identified, which is in effect by close of play tomorrow. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go straight to Councillor Garner. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and you could wish me some luck in this one, and hopefully we get it through a tad easier than the last agenda item. This is something I hope won't concern us, as by the time it happens in Scotland, we will be an independent country, the latest poll showing a 50% swing in our favour. What we have before us within this report and proposals by the Boundary Commission beggars belief. You'd actually think it's been written by someone who didn't actually know anything about Falkirk District. Surely that can't be the case. The principles for which this constituency design are based on are meant to recognise community ties, consider special geographical considerations where appropriate, take into consideration local geography, for example, transport links, other electrical boundaries, administrative boundaries, and natural features. Do not cross council area boundary and minimise disruption caused by any boundary changes. These proposals take absolutely no cognizance of the above. What these proposed changes do is break up Falkirk Council area, and Kenneth has covered that well. What the proposed changes do is break up the council, as I said. The new proposed boundaries cross local authority boundaries. Mid-Forth Valley will be in Falkirk Council area and Clackmannan Council area. Bo'ness and Blackness will be in the proposed Linlithgow and Bathgate constituency, but remain in Falkirk Council. Geographical and transport. There is little or no connection to Clackmannan from Falkirk Council area's transport links between Falkirk communities and Clackmannan area are difficult at the best of times, and obvious to us that are separated by the River Forth. To travel between the Falkirk Council area of the constituency and Clackmannan Council area requires travelling through a neighbouring constituency and completely different local authorities. Bo'ness and Blackness will find themselves isolated in the proposed constituency of Linlithgow and Bathgate. Denny would have no association with some of Denlin Head, but attached to the likes of Pools of Muckett. Bo'ness would have no connection with Grangemouth, but attached to Broxburn. Colleagues, this makes no sense. Community ties. Suddenly, communities in Falkirk constituency will be merged with communities in a completely different local authority. There is no existing community ties between some of these areas. Disruption caused. The proposal would cause major disruption for political parties and voters. These proposals would further complicate a system for electors and may discourage them from voting due to changes in the name, geography and general makeup of the constituencies. Would they know who their elected representatives are of what their local authority is? Added to this, the elected member for these proposed boundaries would need to plan out where their constituency office is. Say the new elected member for Mid-Forth Valley decided to situate their constituency office in Alloa. How is someone from Denny meant to travel there in a cost-effective, environmentally friendly manner to speak with their elected member and their staff to seek help? I'm confident this motion will get cross-party support. So Provost, with this in mind, I have a motion which I've circulated, or I should be getting circulated. And I'll read it out. Council agrees to make the representations to the Boundary Commission indicating that it does not support the proposals for the following reasons. A, the loss of community identity from splitting the council area in three and from losing the name of Falkirk or any of its communities from the names of the constituencies. Failure to take cognizance. B, the failure to take cognizance of long-standing community ties, and in the case of proposed Mid-Forth Valley constituency, administrative and electoral boundaries split in two electoral wards, transport links and geographical features, namely the River Forth. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for your input there, Councillor Gardner. Have we got a seconder for the motion?
Yes, Provost, I'm happy to second the motion. Councillor Gardner has very articulately set out the scene, and indeed, if some that were a wee bit more cynical could have taken a look at the electoral history of the Westminster seat since 2015 and decided that there was good reason politically to split up Falkirk. But that doesn't do our communities any good. They are being aligned with other communities which are probably somewhat larger, having split it into three, leaving them very much marginalised on the periphery, and with a community that they don't have a direct synergy with or indeed commonality. It's interesting to note that others round about us have had very little change, yet Falkirk has been split apart. I think that we do need to make a stand, and that Falkirk is quite significant. Falkirk district is quite significant in central Scotland, and to lose its identity in that way would be wrong. And I believe that there's a strong case can be made by the council putting that forward. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to see the notice of motion on screen, and it's going to be emailed as well, I believe. It's been emailed as well. Councillor Bissett, coming to your good self, do your members need time to have a look at this?
Maybe 10 minutes again, Provost.
And Councillor Kerr are the same. Councillor Kerr?
Not got an option, have we?
Well, it's up to you. If you're happy with the content, then you don't need to go into recess. But Councillor Bissett wants to go into recess with his members.
Well,
So
okay, okay. Well,
so
we'll go into recess.
okay, then it's 10 minutes. Back to you.
Provost.
Yes.
The recess for every single division. Well, that's absolute nonsense. And as with Councillor Bissett's proposals, let's see them.
Well, Councillor Alexander, this motion's just been put up on the screen. It gives Councillor Bissett and his group an opportunity to look at it, see whether they're going to support it or come back with an amendment. So we'll take the recess. We'll see you back at 25 past. Thank you, everybody.
They are the same.
Okay, thank you very much for once again a recess for a discussion with Councillor Bissett and his group. Councillor Bissett, have you got anything to add to this?
Just to say, Provost, one of my colleagues looked at this, studied the Boundary Commission report, a very serious matter, and looked at the numbers, the higher and lower numbers, and tried to move things about, and very difficult to try and make any changes to this. But I do think we have got to make representation, because Falkirk essentially will lose its identity if this goes through. So we've clearly got to make that statement and send a reply tomorrow. But I think the comment on independence wasn't called for really. It's a bit flippant. I'll maybe remind Councillor Gardner that if you look at the Britain Elects website, you'll see since the 12th of May, the 25th of November, the no vote's been well ahead all the time. So one swallow doesn't make a summer. But we will
19-1 Provost.
See, the issue here is that we've got serious issues that we're trying to discuss. The fact is, it takes away from the content an agenda item if we continue with rhetoric.
You're correct, Provost. So would you like to chastise Councillor Bissett for that?
Yeah, I'm saying that generally. So, Councillor Bissett, are you going to be agreeing to the notice of motion?
Yes, we agree that the administration's motion, Provost.
Okay, fine, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, your group, are you going to agree to the notice of motion?
Provost, we are the same opinion as Councillor Gardner. No, the first point that he made, but the rest of the points that he made regarding the identity of Falkirk Council. So we will be supporting Councillor Gardner's motion.
Okay then, fine. Well, I'm going to go back to Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gardner, there seems to be full agreement with your notice of motion. You can wind up, and at the end of the day, what I'm saying quite clearly is that some of the issues that are mentioned in the content of a summary can cause consternation with other individuals. I'm not going to say any more than that, but if you would like to wind up, sir, with your motion that is being supported by all members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I'm okay with winding up. I'd just like to say to Councillor Kerr that there's time to change his mind yet. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. So we'll all agree to the notice of motion that was put forward. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for that. I know it's been a long day, but we're going to get there, and it's so important for everybody, especially our constituents out there. We're at item 13, Local Government By-Election, Ward 7, Falkirk South. Report by the returning officer, who's Mr Laurie, pages 340 to 347. Mr Laurie will summarise the report and the recommendations. Thank you, Mr Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be very brief. The report advises of the outcome of the recent by-election in Falkirk South, and Council is simply asked to note the election of Emma Lindsay Russell to serve as a local member for Falkirk South. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Russell, have you anything to say at this stage? We know we'll give you a warm welcome already. You've been at two meetings, but have you anything to say at this stage?
Thank you, Provost. Just to say thank you to the group for the support, the administration, the support they've given to me since becoming, the warm welcome I've received from all council members, and the support I've received from the officers, which has been exemplary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those kind. So we're agreeing the report.
Agreed.
Thank you very
Agreed.
much. Now, I'm very conscious of the time in relation to today. We've been here since very early this morning. We're still in Abbotsford House. We don't want to start a next agenda item and go on, because I believe that 5 o'clock should be the closing time. That means that we've been here since, some of us, since 8 o'clock this morning. So I'm just going to speak with Mr. Moody to find out whether Mr. Moody thinks that there's other items on the agenda that we could take, because I believe that the next one, item 14, proportionality of committee places, could be longer than anticipated.
I think in these circumstances, it may be helpful just to try and identify if there are any items on the agenda which members think might be subject to general agreement without debate, and there are traditionally some which are less controversial than others. And if I can maybe start with the least controversial, perhaps if we could agree the execution of deeds can be dealt with without any discussion.
That's item 23. We agreed the execution of deeds.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you.
Likewise, Provost, because it's had a discussion at the executive and subject perhaps to the opportunity for members to ask any questions, we have the Treasury Management Interim Review. It's item number 19.
Item number 19. Is there any questions arising from that? Or
Happy to agree, Provost.
happy to agree? Everybody agreeing?
Agreed.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Mr. Moody.
Provost, I think those are the most obvious of the uncontroversial issues, but I wonder if there might be an opportunity in the perhaps limited amount of time available to deal with some of the items which are the referred motions, to items 20, 21 or 22. So for instance, would it be possible to hear, I think, item 20, which is the report back on dementia-friendly Falkirk. It may be that members will wish to hear from Patricia in relation to the report and have the opportunity to ask questions, but it may be one that's unlikely to have debate or division associated with it. But I'm in, obviously, the hands of members on that.
Okay, would everybody be quite happy to go to item 20?
Happy with that.
Agreed. Thank you very much. So it's item 20, dementia-friendly Falkirk, progress and proposed. The report is by our Chief Officer, pages 504 to 509, and Patricia Cassidy will summarise the report and the recommendations. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, Provost. You see before you an updated report on the proposal to provide dementia awareness for elected members as part of a dementia-friendly Falkirk. You see detailed in the report an update on the range of work that's currently underway in relation to dementia and some of the work that has been completed in terms of the workshop last summer. So the members are asked to note the progress that's detailed within the report, to approve the proposal for an introductory dementia awareness training for all elected members to take place in early 2022, and to approve that a further workshop for new and existing elected members would take place in June 2022 as part of the members' induction programme, and also to provide an opportunity for input into the local dementia strategy. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go straight to Fiona Colley.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I believe this came from Councillor Goldie's initial motion around dementia-friendly Falkirk. So I'm very happy to say very little and second the proposals, and actually offer the opportunity for Councillor Goldie to propose the recommendations. If that's acceptable to you, Provost.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Councillor Colley. We'll go to Councillor Goldie in that.
Yes, thanks for that, Fiona. That's most generous of you. Really, and I'm mindful of the time, I haven't got a great deal to say about it, but as you see in the very first paragraph at the background, 3.1, dementia has been a national priority in Scotland since 2007. And there are a great many people I've said before working with groups trying to help people and assist people with dementia. It's astonishing how many groups there are in the Falkirk Council area, and they're all doing great work. And I know that Fiona herself is involved and does a lot of good work. So I'm quite delighted actually that this is going to go ahead. I think the workshop's a good thing for some of us older people that we've only got 6 months to go, some of them. And the other thing, of course, is most importantly is staff. To get the staff, the front-facing staff, to be aware, to be able to assist people when they come across them with dementia and to recognise the signs of early dementia. That would be great. So congratulations to everybody. It's an excellent report. And thanks to Patricia Cassidy and her people as well. It's probably the best report I've seen in many a long day. Thanks, Provost.
So you're officially formally moving?
Yeah.
And Councillor Colley's formally seconding. That's perfect. Is there anybody else want to come in? We all agreed, unanimity. Councillor Bishop, hand up.
Thanks, Provost. I would just like to thank Councillor Goldie for bringing this forward. In the first instance, I think it's something that affects 90,000 people in Scotland, and I've seen the horrendous effects on people, and it's just not very nice at all. And I think I'm really glad to see this coming forward, and I think we'll all learn from the training, and that's really welcome. I've attended a couple of meetings of the JDI, the Joint Dementia Initiative, and it's quite been a bit of an eye-opener, really. And to see the amount of people that are involved and really care and try to move things forward and support people through that difficult process, if you will. So I'd just like to thank Councillor Goldie for bringing this forward, and thank Fiona for her ongoing support and her care and compassion that we all know she's got. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those words. I think we're all in the same boat here, singing for the same hymn sheet. It's a terrible scourge on society, dementia, and we're doing our best to try and ensure that those people that have it get the support that's needed. So has everybody agreed then to the report? Agreed to the recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's item 20 out of the way, and we're now going to, and we're not rushing these items because they're that important, but we're now going to 21, which is climate justice. The report is by the Acting Director of Development Services, Douglas Duff, who will summarise the report and the recommendations, which are on pages 510 to 517 on your agenda. Over to you, Mr. Duff.
Thanks, Provost. And so this report picks up on the motion that was given to the Council at its meeting in November, where a number of actions were set out as being necessary to help implement the Council's climate change obligations. And the report was requested in order to understand the state of progress with these various actions and any further measures that would be necessary for their successful implementation. So the report sets out that information and asks that Council consider this additional information in respect of achieving those actions in relation to the motion, and as to whether these are adequate in helping it pursue its obligations. The Council declared its climate emergency in 2019 and is aiming to help achieve targets in reducing its carbon emissions in order to meet and comply with the expectations of government and its own ambitions to get to net zero by 2030. It is working on a climate change action plan. An interim plan was agreed in June, and we're planning to present a full action plan to Executive in 2022. A number of the actions proposed in the motion are set out in section 4 of the report, and as said, we've given a narrative in terms of the progress and implications of these. By and large, we're suggesting that this wouldn't incur significant additional officer time or resource in order to support these measures. There would be a requirement to target that resource most effectively to make sure that we're using the most effective and efficient the use of officers' time and the resources that we have available. We are suggesting that further staff training takes place to extend the awareness and understanding of climate change and its implications in respect to council policies and decision making. There has been a successful programme taking place of carbon literacy that a good number of members and officers have now participated in, and that is being extended to continue that effort across the council. We also note there's the potential for a briefing to help understand more the implications of the council's decisions relating to the climate emergency, and that would need some officer time to collate and present those findings at a subsequent event. There's probably some work for members if they are minded to support this in setting out their pledges in relation to climate change, and that would need to be compiled by officers for publication. That is a suggestion amongst the motions that were put, but certainly officers willing to accommodate that if members are minded to proceed with that intent. So we also set out the implications, including the makeup of the staff resource that we have in the climate change team, and in overall terms emphasise that there is good current work taking place to help implement the council's climate emergency obligations and its commitment to the target, and the measures suggested here would aid implementation of that policy. Again, happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Duff. I'm going to go, Councillor Meiklejohn, is it Councillor Gardner going to come in initially? He was the original mover of the motion. A very major issue for everybody all over the world, climate change. Councillor Gardner, sir.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Douglas and Mary Claire and the climate team, and congratulations on our recent promotion, which is well deserved in my opinion. I will cut back a little bit on this, Provost, because I know time is short. On November the 10th, we, the SNP-led administration, brought a motion before full council looking to reaffirm our intentions, confirming our commitment to take the council to net zero by 2030. We asked that, given the magnitude of the challenge we faced, that we needed to recognise that the time for contemplation had now passed. We can no longer make bold statements, we must take bold actions to back these up. The motion was delayed by both Labour and Conservative groups looking for more information relating to practical and resource implications. As mentioned during the debate, this was indeed looked into prior to the motion being brought forward. As with all motions we bring forward, we check with officers beforehand. This report categorically states all parts of the motion can be carried out. Indeed, some are well underway within the current resources and are fully practical. When we declared a climate emergency in 2019, we received cross-party support. I'm an eternal optimist, Provost, and I'm very hopeful this too can have the same outcome. We quite simply cannot afford to play party politics with something as serious as climate change. Provost, I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you, sir, for your input. We now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I think that what's been said already, I don't wish to prolong the day or repeat speeches that we originally made back in November. I think that what we set out then was, as Councillor Garner says, eminently sensible and practical. And yes, although some of those measures are underway and in process, this motion is intended to reinforce that and reinforce the work that is going on, particularly by officers. But the reason that the motion, I think, is brought is that we as elected members need to send that signal to the public also, that we are taking this seriously in practical and real terms, not just in, as I mentioned before, and others have, the terms of blah, blah, blah and empty rhetoric. The 2030 targets, the 2045 targets, they won't be achieved and they won't mean anything unless we actually commit to actions and make decisions. So I welcome it coming back on the agenda today. I welcome that the report has very much justified the original motion and detailed why it was necessary. To pick up on what Douglas was saying regarding the pledges, I mean, I think that it's important, and from the transparency point of view, that the climate literacy training that we got as members, I felt was excellent. I can't imagine why anybody and any one member would not go on it. I think that should be the first pledge from us all, to make sure that we all do take up that opportunity. But our assessment to get our climate literacy certificate asked us to identify to make pledges, both on a personal level, but more relevantly at a political level, because the whole focus of the training was for us as elected members to understand what our role is in decision making and what we can do to impact the climate emergency. As individuals, if we all make many changes, it will only make the tiniest of dents in our carbon footprint. But if we make strategic decisions, then that will have a huge impact. So I think it's really important that the public understand that what our role is, and that we've learned and acknowledged that, and that we have made pledges and what they are, so that they can hold us accountable. I welcome, as Douglas said, if officers will give assistance to collate and publish that, but I think it's something that elected members could also do off their own back. So I'm really happy to second the report, and that we need to, as members, in each and every decision, reflect on what that will have, what impact that will have on climate. They're not just reserved to environmental motions or matters, and that we have to match our action and our decision making to our aspirations and our policies, and I welcome that's what this motion will do. So thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Councillor Bissett. Have you any amendment coming forward from the Labour group?
We've got an amendment, Provost, but I'd just like to say we welcome the information came back from the officers, and we tend to agree with most of it. Just as one point, and I just think, I think we need to sort of ramp up our energy management really across the council. We need to start looking at that. I mean, if you look at one example, say Bainsford Primary School, 2016-17, on the gas, 273,000 kilowatts. Next year, 299,000. Next year, 335,000. Following year, 355,000. If you look at the Braes High School, 2.7 million, then it goes to 3.1 million, then it goes to 3.03 million, then it goes to another 3 million. So I don't think we've got a control energy management across the council. And I really think that's something we need to look in at and maybe set targets for. So I had considered bringing forward a motion on that, but I think it's something we can look at in the climate change group and really try and get a really robust energy management group together, that we have employees across the whole of the council, bring them together and get everybody on board for a corporate level, and really try to drive down energy across the whole of the, 273 properties we have. I just feel at the minute it's not really under control, and I think we could, if you could start with the schools, for example, and task the head teachers with maybe set targets of 1.2% or something on gas and electricity to try and focus minds. In fact, the schools could maybe even keep the savings and keep it within the school. So that's just a thought, something we've been thinking about. So basically, we agree with recommendations except the last one. I think it's almost a kind of infringement on our civil liberties, really. I think, do we have to declare what religion we are, or our sexual orientation, or what other political affiliations we have? I really think that's the thin end of the wedge, and I think that's a step too far. So we have a motion, Provost, and it says that Council agrees the proposals in the first 5 bullet points in the motion, but does not agree the final bullet point in the publication of climate change pledges. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, have you got a second for your amendment? Councillor Coombs, have you anything to say when you're on?
Excuse my voice. I'm
okay.
Not firing on all cylinders today.
Okay.
I think that as Robert's just said, managing climate change is the single most important issue facing not just Falkirk, but the whole planet. And I don't think anybody could disagree that Falkirk Council should play its part in contributing to managing climate change.
Okay. It's now, you okay, Councillor Coombs? You needing a drink of water? Can't hear you.
You're on mute, John.
Sorry. But what I was going to say was that we all need to be challenging ourselves as members and officers to try and do better. And I don't think we can kid ourselves that this is simple or easy. And the other thing we can't do is to pretend that every action is either green or wrong. The choices aren't as simple as that. Apparently there's even more than 40 shades of green. I've got a question, just a quick question, if Marie Claire's on. Just before a second, formally. Is Marie Claire here?
Marie Claire there?
Provost, I've sent her a message, but I don't know if she's managed to log in. She was on
Okay,
earlier.
Douglas,
but,
you might, right. I know. You might. It's just a very simple question. It's just what the practical effect of having climate change officers present at the decision-making meetings would have. I mean, I understand the concept behind it.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen it in today's meeting. Marie Claire joined the start of the meeting, but pretty soon we recognised, and I've had dialogue with her offline, that it's not effective use of our time to be sitting on reports that don't really relate to climate change. And so I think the intention would be going forward that what we would do is appraise the agenda coming forward at a council meeting and identify those that are appropriate and need the support of a climate change officer, and we would arrange for that to take place. We'd be happy to consult with members if they would like to explore that in advance of the meeting, so that they were sure that any answers they're looking for prior to the meeting are attended to, and the officers are there to ask any further questions.
Okay, right. That's kind of what I was alluding to. It's obviously that it's not a big team, and although I understand and agree the importance of prioritising climate change in all of our decisions, it's just whether or not that was actually practical. I'd like to think that we can find a workaround on that one. So agreed that obviously we all need to try and get to net zero as soon as possible, and it will require radical transition and radical change to how we all live our lives. Laura touched on it. Every little helps, but also the big decisions, obviously. But for radical change to happen, we need to bring everybody with us, and we will not persuade and support change by naming and shaming. And I think that that's what this last paragraph is doing here. So I can't support the last bullet point in the motion. I think Councillor Gardner wants to be Falkirk Council's Green Finder General or something along those lines. He wants to look into your soul and check how green you are. I don't think that's helpful. I'm not sure what a politically relevant climate change pledge is. I do know that I won't take lectures though on climate change from the SNP. During the 2014 referendum, we were being told that oil was going to be our salvation, and we were going to get away from Westminster's grip because of Scotland's oil. Yes, we need to go further and we need to go faster, but we don't need these playground political stunts. The last bullet point is irrelevant and it's a distraction. It's a distraction and it belittles the actual big message and the important thing that we need to be doing here. And that's why we think it should be deleted. And hopefully others will agree, because we're still agreeing that the core message is there. But trying to say who's greener, you know, have you been on an aeroplane? Do you ever drive a car? Do you use a bus? Have you got a gas boiler in your house? I think that is neither here nor there.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. So you've seconded the
Happy
amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Now listen, we have about 6 or 7 individuals want to come in, but let's clarify where we are. We've got a motion moved and seconded. We've got an amendment moved and seconded. I'm coming now to Councillor Kerr to find out whether there's going to be a further amendment from his group. And then I'm going to start bringing you all in. Okay, Councillor Kerr, have you anything to say at this stage?
I've not got a further amendment, but I'd like to comment, but I'll wait my turn like everybody else.
Right, that's fine then. That's perfect. So, pardon?
I had a 19-1 because I believe I was what was said was misrepresented by Councillor Coombs.
You have, right, carry on.
Yeah, it was on the point of the elected members plus making relevant pledges and about what I said about the training and that what we were asked to do, that was the point, that what we were asked to do with an assessment for that training was to make politically relevant climate change pledges. There were two parts to it, and that's the importance of it. The two parts to it was one, yes, personal pledges, which is nobody else's business because we don't have to be held accountable and we'll have different circumstances, but the politically relevant ones were about understanding what our role is, and we were asked to identify and understand that. And if we are doing that as councillors on behalf of Falkirk Council in a training paper by Falkirk Council, arranged by Falkirk Council, I don't think that is a difficulty. And I think some of the language around what was directed to Councillor Garner, in fact, about and looking into our souls, very unhelpful. This is about accountability and transparency.
Sorry, Provost, Laura strayed into what.
We're not
but Councillor Gardner and the comments I made about him were not anything to do with the 19-1.
Yeah, listen, we've got a lot of people waiting to get in here. Councillor Murtaugh's made a point. We're now going to Councillor, it's Councillor Monroe, Councillor Meiklejohn, Councillor McHugh, and then we've got Councillor Alexander, Councillor McCluckie. We've got a number, so it's Councillor Monroe.
Provost, this meeting's going to run after 5 o'clock. Is that in standing orders? Does something need to happen here?
No, I think
obviously this debate has got a fair bit to go in it.
Just hold on, we'll get legal clarification for that. Okay, carry on, Councillor Monroe. Mr. Moody's going to look into that point for you, Councillor Garner, while Councillor Monroe speaks. Councillor Monroe.
Thank you, Provost. I think we're all agreed that this is the most serious of challenges that we currently face. But my understanding is that our local authorities only responsible for only report 30% of emissions. We currently only have to report on Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, which are fleet, buildings and energy consumption, which is only 2% of that 30% total. Currently, Scottish Government do not require us to have plans for the other 28%. So I don't think we're going fast enough. And furthermore, I see no evidence that the Scottish Government are providing funding to help us carry out these policies, which, given the seriousness of the challenge which faces us, and we're all agreed on that, is something of a surprise. And I think it's one of the things we should take back to the Scottish Government. So within the context of what the proposals put forward in this amendment are, I mean, what impact will these measures have on our climate efforts? Or are they actually just vague policies by the SNP, as highlighted in a recent report in The Guardian only the other day? I really think we ought to be more serious about this, and we need to know when we get our climate report for the council, and also where the funding is coming from to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I've had Mr. Moody's been looking at the issue because I thought 5 o'clock was going to be long enough for everybody, but there's still a number of councillors that want to come in on this because of the importance of it. So the fact of the matter is I'm going to refer you back to Mr. Moody to give us his legal interpretation on this. My view is that we could stop it just now and continue, but I'm in your hands, but Mr. Moody will give us a legal ruling on that.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And it is open for the council to continue beyond 5 o'clock on this item if there is general agreement to do so. And if there is not general agreement by a motion by one of you and seconded if that is then agreed. So those are the procedural hurdles, if we can put it that way, which require to be met. So first of all, is there general agreement to continue to complete this item beyond 5? Is the first question.
Agreed. No.
Can I move that we continue to this item to the conclusion before taking a break, continuing the meeting tomorrow?
Okay, we've got other people.
Did anyone say no?
She said, Councillor Michael John says we should continue to finish. So what's the general opinion? Does everybody want to continue till we finish this item and then close the meeting until tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed. I'm sorry to butt in here, but I thought part of the reason for the big agenda and having the add-on meeting tomorrow was so that we could continue the discussions on the agenda. I don't see any reason for going past the standing order point at 5 o'clock.
Well, I'm in your hands. My opinion, my own personal opinion is, you've heard the legal interpretation, is that we can go on after 5 o'clock. We've got a motion moved and seconded. My opinion is that we should stop the meeting now, because there's so many councillors that still want to take part in this item, and then start afresh tomorrow at 2 o'clock. But I'm in your hands. If any councillor wants to put a motion forward to continue
I'm happy to move that we end today's meeting at 5 o'clock as per standing orders and reconvene tomorrow.
I'll second that, enough.
I would go against the fact that we're in the middle of a debate, and stopping the meeting in the middle of debate will impede flow and potentially extend things tomorrow. I think we should finish this item. I think it's very unfair to those that want to speak, but also to those that have already spoken. There's not the same equity of argument if you break it in the middle.
Yep, and I'm happy to second that, given there's been comments made in this debate that needs to be answered.
Okay, thank you.
Some insulting comments, actually.
Excuse me.
Can I seek clarification, Provost?
No, excuse me, Councillor Goldie, we're going back to Mr. Moody for legal clarification.
Clarify something for you, and colleagues. They would need to suspend standing orders, Provost, and they're not going to get 2/3.
Well, we're going back to Councillor Goldie, we're going back to Mr. Moody for legal clarification.
Being called they, I think, is very derogative, Councillor Goldie.
Okay, so now listen,
and it's making it very obvious that obviously you and your past party and the Conservative Party are all.
Excuse me, we're getting into arguments here. No, listen, everybody. Mr. Moody is going to give us a legal clarification. There's been a motion moved and seconded that we wind up and we start back tomorrow again at 2 o'clock fresh. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Maybe just to reiterate the points I made earlier, your standing orders do allow you to continue this debate beyond 5 o'clock if there's general agreement. Now, we can see from the comments that have been made there is not general agreement, in which case it's necessary for there to be a motion moved and seconded to allow us to continue beyond 5 o'clock. That motion has been moved by Councillor Michael John and seconded by Councillor McHugh, and we then proceed to vote on that without further discussion, and that's the provision within the standing orders. So the question
Provost, can I ask one question before we go on?
Continuing beyond 5 o'clock.
No.
Provost Buchanan.
Against.
Deputy Provost Ritchie. Thank you. Councillor Aitchison.
For.
Councillor Alexander. Sorry, I think you may be on mute, Councillor Alexander. We may have lost Councillor Alexander, and I'll come back to him. Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Binney.
The motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Against.
Councillor Blackwood.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes,
For the motion.
Councillor Coleman,
For the motion.
Councillor Colley,
Motion.
Councillor Coombs,
Against.
Councillor Flynn,
The motion.
Councillor Garner,
The motion.
Councillor Goldie, Councillor Goldie.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Grant,
Against.
Councillor Harris,
Against.
Councillor Hughes,
The motion.
Councillor Kerr,
Against.
Councillor McHugh,
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie,
Against.
Councillor Meikle-John,
The motion.
Councillor Monroe,
Against.
Councillor Murtagh,
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl,
Aye.
Against.
Councillor Nimmo,
Against.
Councillor Patrick,
Against.
Councillor Russell,
The motion.
and Councillor Spears.
The motion.
And I'll just check to see if Councillor Alexander is.
I'm here. It's a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander.
What is it?
Jim Flynn. One Jim. He filled it up.
Provost, there are 17 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes against. Accordingly, the council has agreed to continue to hear this item.
Okay, thank you. We have. Okay, thank you. We have a number of councillors still to speak. I'll start in with Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and I will try and be brief, recognising the extension as much as possible. But just to go back to some of the points made, about breaking human rights by having your pledges publicly displayed. I think that's what's called leadership, and setting an example. And that's what we should all be doing. We're all leaders within our communities, and by doing that, we're visible and demonstrating our commitment to addressing what is a climate emergency. And by not doing it, you could be seen as hiding from it. You can make your own very personal pledges, which can be private, but certainly I think all elected members should be making a public pledge within their communities, supporting their communities as well. Energy management, and the council, I think obviously we do need to do a bit of work on that, and that way Councillor Bissett might actually realise that there's a huge amount of investment that would be required in order to actually deal with that. Otherwise, we're going to have our kids sitting in classrooms with woolly jumpers and woolly socks and things like that on. And that has to be done in a managed way, looking at alternative sources of heating and making sure that they're appropriate heating and ventilation in our schools. So it'll be interesting to see how else he would look to do that without that investment that's coming in. Also, Councillor Coombs surprised me by not wanting to make public pledges, because I've certainly heard her speak very, very vehemently publicly about her commitment to the climate emergency and to climate change. And I'm surprised at her particular view, but that's her personal view. That's absolutely fine. But yeah, it really did take me back, Joan. But I do think your comments around Councillor Garner were inappropriate, as Councillor Garner's doing what I would personally expect from my portfolio holder, is being out there championing climate change, championing that move, and doing his job. So I don't see him as being looking for badges or credits. I just see him as actually doing his job, and all the more to him, and all the power to his arm, and continue to do that. I'll certainly continue to support him. So I think again, taking that final point out, it loses something about our personal commitments as elected members. It loses something about leadership. And again, that is something that we continually get a thread running through of elected members, and the lack of leadership, particularly within the council. So I would hope that people will take that, reflect on it, and perhaps think that they do want to get on board here and actually want to make a difference for our children, our children's children, and for the future. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you for your input. Councillor McHugh, it's you next. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. And I concur with everything that our leaders just said there. With regards to our schools and our young people and our children have been looking at the climate change and the effects of that for really quite some time, dating right back to the early years when we've been looking at how we can save energy and various things. So I think it's unfair to say that we're wasting energy when we are trying to reduce the energy within our schools, but obviously we have a lot of work still to be done. But to place the blame on our young people to try and save energy, I think is unfair. And we have to look at the pandemic that we're in and ventilation. So I really just wanted to raise that point, and also to say I have got no problem stating publicly what I would like to do to reduce my carbon footprint and the carbon footprint of our council.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. It's Councillor McCluckie, followed by Councillor Alexander, then Councillor Kerr. Councillor McCluckie.
Yes, Provost. I was dismayed at the start of this because in the climate change we all seem to be working very collaboratively together. To start the meeting off with saying SNP administration taking forward the thing, I think was not the best way forward. Clearly, you see that with how many votes you win the day, because if the other two parties, you can't take nothing forward in Falkirk. And we do agree with the very good principles of the first items. As far as the pledges go, I just take this as below the belt. I, for example, with 30 councillors, are probably the only one that's never been in an aeroplane. One of the biggest polluters in the world. And I'm going to be dealt with people who fly out on holidays their life. I mean, I'd be quite happy to see my passports, never had a stamp on them. I only got passports so I could get a passport number to sign other folks' passports. So certainly I don't pollute the skies. And as I say, airplanes are the biggest thing, mate. But the people proposing this and pledges, are they going to never go abroad again? Are they going to go and do that and make a pledge to that? I'm sitting with electricity, green energy, electric energy that we got. Can't put it on because it's too expensive, but I've got the green energy here. And as I say, the majority use will hear that nasty gas stuff to cook with or your heating. Or even worse, you'll hear that nasty oil, right? Which is even worse. The stuff is, as my colleague said earlier on, was going to pay for Scotland being an independent country at the last vote. Right, and I also say that people in Slamana, not only do we not use the nasty gas, we don't use nasty diesel buses after 7 o'clock in the evening, because there isn't a bus after 7 o'clock in the evening for the people in Slamana. And as I say, so we didn't go there, so we're very, very good at it. But what we're going to do, you're going to make decisions based solely on one item, environment. Education, is it all going to be outdoor classrooms for our secondary kids? Because the worst polluting buildings are the new high schools that without which, right, coming into the council in a year's time, we can't do without. We've not got anything else. It has to be them or nothing. And they're the biggest polluters. So what is the climate woman going to say when you make a decision on that? And we've seen that recently, where we fought for the people in Doonan and Letham to try to get the same as the people in Braes to get gas. And we've seen the SNP who split in the middle, some supporting the poor people in the Braes and Letham for social equality, the same as everywhere else in their choice, and half of yous going no because of the green agenda. And you talk about other parties splitting. So these are the things. And as I say, we've got a host of policies. We've got health policies, education policies, social equality policies. We've got rural policies and strategies. Right? We've got old folks policies. We've got to consider everything and the input. And the environment is important. And as I say, all the meetings I went with Councillor Gardner and the climate change, he said every time, all this money's coming, a whole raft of different funding schemes for the Scottish Government. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see if we've got 20 or 30 million to help us along a wee bit tomorrow. And if no, I hope Councillor Gardner hides in the corner of a cupboard or something. Right, take care.
Okay, right. Okay, that's
19-1, Provost.
19-1. Councillor Murtagh, 19-1.
The reason I'm raising the 19-1 is the same as last time, in that it is very relevant. Having set out what it means in the motion, this has been misrepresented again by Councillor McCaughey in this instance. The motion does not ask for those who are going on an aeroplane or have personal gas use or anything. That is not what was said by the movers and the seconders, not said by myself. What was said was politically relevant pledges, and the public need to be aware that that is not what is being asked in this motion, and that members of the opposition should stop misrepresenting that, because it's very disingenuous, and I would like members to withdraw that.
19-1, convener. I would say is obviously the councillor said that she was going to take relevant steps, so I take it that she's got to take gas out of her houses, and the same as other SNP councillors, and going to go and take these active steps to prove they're committed to climate change.
Councillor McCaughey, you've had an opportunity there. We're now going to Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like to thank Councillor Garner for bringing the report forward in the first place, and for the officers who done the report. But as my colleague Councillor Monroe says, we can do a small part, and if we do a small part, it'll help. But the big part needs to come from the government. The Climate Change Committee this week advised that the Scottish Government that there is an acute risk that Scotland will miss its targets to heavily cut carbon emission because government policies are too vague and weak. Lord Deben, the chair of the Climate Change Committee, who advises all 4 governments in the UK, that the Scottish Government was currently unable to prove how it would hit an ambitious promise to cut CO2 emissions by 75% by the end of the decade. Clarity and transparency on policy supporting these details on how these policies will be delivered has been lacking. There is no detail on interim targets, baseline route maps to achieve reductions across all areas of emission. In order that all 32 local authorities hit their 30% target, Provost, the key to the government is hitting its national net zero targets. Local authority plans rely on national government plans and resourcing to be robust. So if the government policies are too vague and weak, as stated by the Climate Change Committee, then the local authority plans can only be weak. Given how ineffective legislation is at the moment and how poorly climate change is resourced for public bodies, I would like Councillor Garner to get clarity on required policy leveller nationally and locally, demand acute resource, which includes capacity and expertise, and stop competitive funding approach to attaining resources. I will send Councillor Garner an email regarding these 3 requests, Provost. But I understand if we do a bit locally, it helps, but we need to take lead from our national leaders, and if they don't step up to the mark, it's harder for the local authorities. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Alexander.
It was very brief. I do thank Mr McCaughey Councillor McCluskey for confirming what we've always we've always known. This was a PFI deal put in place by previous Labour administration on Tory legislation was wrong. It was expensive, and here's another area where it's going to be even more expensive, as well as the £5 million we're going to have to get to buy out. Finally, I'm conscious of the time. In 2014, no comment was made, or no such comment was made of the oil funding the Scottish economy. You're probably thinking of the Macron report, which was produced in the 1970s by the Tory government and then Labour government at the time, which said that the oil revenue could have paid for the infrastructure that we needed as a country at that time. And it said it was stolen, that the whole thing was badly handled. But as I say, thanks to Mr. McCluskey. But the one thing you should not do is you should make things worse. Ask yourself if trying to reclad that building at the town hall is going to address our green credentials or not. I think the answer clearly is not.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, before I go back to Councillor Bowes wants in. Councillor Bowes, sir.
Very quickly, Provost. One, I want to thank the council for the literacy training which I went through, which made it very, very clear that if we don't do this, we don't fix this problem with the planet, we don't need to worry about anything else because there won't be a planet. It's as simple as that. And if you've done the literacy training, that's exactly what they're telling you. And I know that sounds a bit dramatic, but it's actually the fact. That's what we're trying to do, is save the bloody planet. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Councillor Garner to wind up, because I say this is that I think we're all happy that Councillor Garner brought this forward as a motion, because as Councillor Bowes says, this is one of the this is the top priority, to ensure that this planet's safe for posterity's sake. Young and old, I think, realise now the implications of climate change. We've seen it all over the world, and it's only going to get worse. And therefore, it's so important that we play our part. And I'm quite sure that everybody here and everybody in our communities are supportive of that direction. Councillor Garner, would you like to wind up, sir?
And remind me never to trust your judgment again in picking an agenda item that you think is going to be uncontroversial. I don't know if it was you or Colin that picked this one. I'm absolutely gobsmacked at the response we've got here for the Labour Party in particular. And I can't believe that they're taking so much offence at putting a pledge that they made out to the public during the carbon literacy training. I think the carbon literacy training has worked for some elected members, and I would, if I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, and that the cross-party working group have taken Nigel Harris as an example, who's went from I think even his own, he would agree himself, he maybe didn't buy into it at the start, but I think he is now. He's one of the ones that has worked for, but I think it's passed some others by, and the desired effect for that for the cross-party working group when we suggested this is a good thing for the council, not just elected members, but the officers. So I'm shocked at some of the statements that's been made there, but I'm not easily offended, so I won't even touch on them. I won't give them that credence, Provost. But yes, I'm happy to stick with the recommendations held within this report, and hopefully, because I did think I said I was an eternal optimist during my preamble, but hopefully the recommendations will pass. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Garner. It has been, I would say, maybe a heated debate, but the fact is that it's one that, as I previously stated, that it's in discussion with everybody, because it's affecting us and affecting us now, and we don't know what's going to happen in the next 10, 15 years if we don't get our act together. The issue is, and I'm going to come back to Mr. Moody, as the fact is that there seems to be a consensus that the members are agreeing to the motion, except one of the final areas contained within. Is that not the case?
That's correct.
Okay, go to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Murtagh, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs, which effectively agrees the motion with the exception of the final action point within the motion, which is that related to the pledges, particularly relevant pledges made by elected members. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
A motion, please.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
The amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
The amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Goldie.
The amendment.
Councillor Grant.
The amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
Motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe. Councillor Murtagh.
The motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Russell.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears.
The motion.
Provost, there are 14 votes for the motion, 15 for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, thanks everybody for their time and consideration today, and we'll see you back tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock for part 2. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you.